Oops, let me fix that. By the way, you get to see some of the graphics here. Let me just fix this video cam. All right, here we go. Welcome in, and God bless y'all. Today, we're going to be going over the book of Daniel. Am I on mute? No, I thought I was on mute for some reason. Okay, so we're going to be going over the book of Daniel. Just a moment, just to confirm it is Daniel. Yeah. So we went through the book of Ezekiel and um let me just look up a NASB, folks. Sheesh. Let's go here. And let me sorry if y'all heard that. I'm looking for the book of Daniel. Here we go. So it's 1 hour and 14 minutes. All right, and 36 seconds. So, folks, who's ready for some Daniel? Let's go. Let's go. So, yeah, folks, here we are. All right, quick prayer before we start. Dear Father, thank you for blessing this beautiful day, and thank you for all the great gifts and wonders that you have done for us. Now, may all of Daniel, may Daniel's reverence rub off on us and we inhale it. And may his faith and patience rub off as well on us so that we may inherit it. And also, may we learn that whatever God says, what you, Lord, said, will be done. We pray through Christ our Lord. Amen. Okay, let's start. This is the book of Daniel. We're going to be, we're going to be going through the entire book of Daniel. So here we go. I'm going to change the frame rate. I'm going to change something real quick. Let's change 20. All right. Does this work? Let's test it out. Oh no. Hold on, let me fix something here. Oh, that's why. And the screen should be there, moving, and transform. Uh, excuse me. Let me just reset transform on this thingy. Um, I don't know why it's doing this. It's weird. Um, where's the transform? Oh, okay. Let's try this again. By the way, that's the thing right there, the title screen. And we will. Hopefully, it'll work now. Why is it doing that? What? Let me diagnose something. Why is it doing that? What? I don't know what's going on with this. Let's not worry about it. I hate this. Okay, sorry. I'm not going to waste my time. Um, oh, never mind. I think, I think that's why. Okay, so then, now let's try this again. Okay, there we go. Sorry, folks. Now let's begin the book of Daniel.
In the third year of in
This is going to be chapter. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering if I'm feeling better, yes, I am. I am feeling better than before. The past 3 days, believe it or not, I've been feeling quite, sick. Uh, Headaches and stomach issues, stomach bug. But thankfully now, thanks to the Lord, I feel better. Still a little bit funky, but not completely funky. So, I'm good. So, this is going to be Chapter 1, The Choice Young Women.
in the third year of the reign of Jehoiakim king of Judah, Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon came to Jerusalem and besieged it. And the Lord handed Jehoiakim king of Judah over to him, along with some of the vessels of the house of God, and he brought them to the land of Shinar, to the house of his God, and he brought the vessels into the treasury of his God. Then the king told Ashpenaz, the chief of his officials, to bring in some of the sons of Israel, including some of the royal family and of the nobles. Youths in whom there was no impairment, who were good-looking, suitable for instruction in every kind of expertise, endowed with understanding and discerning knowledge, and who had ability to serve in the king's court, and he ordered Ashpenaz to teach them the literature and language of the Chaldeans. The king also allotted for them a daily ration from the king's choice food and from the wine which he drank, and ordered that they be educated for 3 years, at the end of which they were to enter the king's personal service. Now among them from the sons of Judah were Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Then the commander of the officials assigned new names to them, and to Daniel he assigned the name Belteshazzar, to Hananiah Shadrach, to Mishael Meshach, and to Azariah Abednego. But Daniel made up his mind that he would not defile himself with the king's choice food or with the wine which he drank, so he sought permission from the commander of the officials that he might not defile himself. Now God granted Daniel favor and compassion in the sight of the commander of the officials. The commander of the officials said to Daniel, I am afraid of my lord the king, who has allotted your food and your drink, for why should he see your faces looking gaunt in comparison to the youths who are your own age? Then you would make me forfeit my head to the king. But Daniel said to the overseer whom the commander of the officials had appointed over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, please put your servants to the test for 10 days, and let us be given some vegetables to eat and water to drink. Then let our appearance be examined in your presence and the appearance of the youths who are eating the king's choice food, and deal with your servants according to what you see. So he listened to them in this matter, and put them to the test for 10 days. And at the end of 10 days their appearance seemed better, and they were fatter than all the youths who had been eating the king's choice food. So the overseer continued to withhold their choice food and the wine they were to drink, and kept giving them vegetables. And as for these 4 youths, God gave them knowledge and intelligence in every kind of literature and expertise. Daniel even understood all kinds of visions and dreams. Then at the end of the days which the king had specified for presenting them, the commander of the officials presented them before Nebuchadnezzar.
Daniel's resolve.
And the king talked with them, and out of them all not one was found like Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, so they entered the king's personal service. As for every matter of expertise and understanding about which the king consulted them, he found them 10 times better than all the soothsayer priests and conjurers who were in all his realm. And Daniel continued until the first year of Cyrus the king.
Okay, so that is chapter 1. So, quickly, chapter 1, of course, we are introduced to Belteshazzar, who is Daniel. Hananiah is Shadrach. To Mishael, he's called Meshach. And Azariah, I'm probably going to screw this up, but Abednego or Abednego, I really don't know how to pronounce that, but they are 4 people who are going to prove to be a stumbling block to to what Nebuchadnezzar is planning. So, quickly, remember this is the Old Testament, and in Old Testament, pork is still unclean for consumption, just like shellfish and stuff, many other birds. So, those people could not Daniel, for example, and his companions cannot consume this. They have to, because it's considered unclean. So, it is very much in the realm right now that Nebuchadnezzar is offering something like pork or seafood or whatever, or anything that's not fish, as seafood. And because of that, Daniel requests the crew that Nebuchadnezzar has assigned that he would. Daniel requests for him and Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, who are going by different names. He requests that all 4 may instead eat vegetables and water. And also, if I'm not mistaken, he cannot drink wine for some reason, probably because it's prohibited there, or maybe not. I'm not sure. But nevertheless, the Lord, because Daniel is obedient to this, the Lord grants Daniel and all the other people who follow what Daniel is doing, he gives them his favor for being obedient. So, because of that, because Daniel and the people there who differed from Nebuchadnezzar's food, because it wasn't certain what he was going to bring. So rather than play it safe, he requested vegetables and water to drink. Because of the Lord's favor, thus Daniel and Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, all of them appear better shape physically and health-wise than the soothsayer priest, as it is called. So, chapter 1 is Daniel and his companions are on their own diet. That's what's happening. They fast from Nebuchadnezzar's food, so to speak. So, that is chapter 1. Let's go to chapter 2 now. This is called The King's Dream.
Now in the 2nd year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar had dreams, and his spirit was troubled and his sleep left him. Then the king gave orders to call in the soothsayer priests, the conjurers, the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans, to tell the king his dreams. So they came in and stood before the king. The king said to them, I had a dream, and my spirit is anxious to understand the dream. Then the Chaldeans spoke to the king in Aramaic, O king, live forever. Tell the dream to your servants, and we will declare the interpretation." The king replied to the Chaldeans, "The command from me is firm. If you do not make known to me the dream and its interpretation, you will be torn limb from limb and your houses will be turned into a rubbish heap. But if you declare the dream and its interpretation, you will receive from me gifts and a reward and great honor, therefore declare to me the dream and its interpretation." They answered a second time and said, "Let the king tell the dream to his servants, and we will declare the interpretation." The king replied, "I know for certain that you are trying to buy time, because you have perceived that the command from me is firm. That if you do not make the dream known to me, there is only one decree for you. For you have agreed together to speak lying and corrupt words before me until the situation is changed, therefore tell me the dream, so that I may know that you can declare to me its interpretation." The Chaldeans answered the king and said, "There is no person on earth who could declare the matter to the king, because no great king or ruler has ever asked anything like this of any soothsayer, priest, sorcerer, or Chaldean. Moreover, the thing which the king demands is difficult, and there is no one else who could declare it to the king except God's, whose dwelling place is not with mortal flesh." Because of this, the king became angry and extremely furious, and he gave orders to kill all the wise men of Babylon. So the decree was issued that the wise men be killed, and they looked for Daniel and his friends, to kill them. Then Daniel replied with discretion and discernment to Arioch, the captain of the king's bodyguard, who had gone out to kill the wise men of Babylon. He said to Arioch, the king's officer, "For what reason is the decree from the king so harsh?" Then Arioch informed Daniel of the matter. So Daniel went in and requested of the king that he would give him a grace period, so that he might declare the interpretation to the king. Then Daniel went to his house and informed his friends, Hananiah, Mishael and Azariah, about the matter, so that they might request compassion from the God of heaven concerning this secret, so that Daniel and his friends would not be killed with the rest of the wise men of Babylon.
The secret is revealed to Daniel.
Then the secret was revealed to Daniel in a night vision. Then Daniel blessed the God of heaven. Daniel said, "May the name of God be blessed forever and ever, for wisdom and power belong to him. It is he who changes the times and the periods, he removes kings and appoints kings, he gives wisdom to wise men, and knowledge to people of understanding. It is he who reveals the profound and hidden things, he knows what is in the darkness, and the light dwells with him. To you, God of my fathers, I give thanks and praise, for you have given me wisdom and power. Even now you have made known to me what we requested of you, for you have made known to us the king's matter." Thereupon, Daniel went to Arioch, whom the king had appointed to kill the wise men of Babylon. He went and said this to him, "Do not kill the wise men of Babylon. Take me into the king's presence, and I will declare the interpretation to the king." Then Arioch hurriedly brought Daniel into the king's presence and spoke to him as follows, "I have found a man among the exiles from Judah who can make the interpretation known to the king." The king said to Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, "Are you able to make known to me the dream which I have seen and its interpretation?" Daniel answered before the king and said, "As for the secret about which the king has inquired, neither wise men, sorcerers, soothsayer priests, nor diviners are able to declare it to the king. However, there is a God in heaven who reveals secrets, and he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what will take place in the latter days. This was your dream and the visions in your mind while on your bed. As for you, O king, while on your bed your thoughts turn to what would take place in the future, and he who reveals secrets has made known to you what will take place. But as for me, This secret has not been revealed to me for any wisdom residing in me more than in any other living person, but for the purpose of making the interpretation known to the king, and that you may understand the thoughts of your mind. You, O king, were watching, and behold, there was a single great statue. That statue, which was large and of extraordinary radiance, was standing in front of you, and its appearance was awesome. The head of that statue was made of fine gold, its chest and its arms of silver, its belly and its thighs of bronze, its legs of iron, and its feet partly of iron and partly of clay. You continued watching until a stone was broken off without hands, and it struck the statue on its feet of iron and clay, and crushed them. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold were crushed to pieces all at the same time, and they were like chaff from the summer threshing floors, and the wind carried them away so that not a trace of them was found. But the stone that struck the statue became a great mountain and filled the entire earth. This was the dream, and now we will tell its interpretation before the king.
Babylon.
You, O king, are the King of kings, to whom the God of heaven has given the kingdom, the power, the strength, and the honor. And wherever the sons of mankind live, or the animals of the field, or the birds of the sky, he has handed them over to you and has made you ruler over them all. You are the head of gold.
Medo-Persian, Greece.
And after you another kingdom will arise inferior to you, then another third kingdom of bronze, which will rule over all the earth.
Rome.
Then there will be a fourth kingdom as strong as iron, just as iron smashes and crushes everything, so, like iron that crushes, it will smash and crush all these things. And in that you saw the feet and toes, partly of potter's clay and partly of iron, it will be a divided kingdom, but it will have within it some of the toughness of iron, since you saw the iron mixed with common clay. And just as the toes of the feet were partly of iron and partly of pottery, so some of the kingdom will be strong, and part of it will be fragile. In that you saw the iron mixed with common clay, they will combine with one another in their descendants, but they will not adhere to one another, just as iron does not combine with pottery. And in the days of those kings the God of heaven will set up a kingdom which will never be destroyed, and that kingdom will not be left for another people. It will crush and put an end to all these kingdoms, but it will itself endure forever. Just as you saw that a stone was broken off from the mountain without hands, and that it crushed the iron, the bronze, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great God has made known to the king what will take place in the future, so the dream is certain and its interpretation is trustworthy. Then King Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face and paid humble respect to Daniel, and gave orders to present to him an offering and incense. The king responded to Daniel and said, "Your God truly is a God of gods and a Lord of kings and a revealer of secrets, since you have been able to reveal this secret." Then the king promoted Daniel and gave him many great gifts, and he made him ruler over the entire province of Babylon, and chief prefect over all the wise men of Babylon. And Daniel made a request of the king, and he appointed Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego over the administration of the province of Babylon, while Daniel was at the king's court.
That's chapter 2. So, long story short, Nebuchadnezzar dreams of this statue where the head is made of fine gold, arm, belly, and the thighs of bronze, legs of iron, feet of iron, and clay. So, he freaks out because of this dream, and he, I guess, bullies people into trying to interpret them. So, but the people have zero idea what it means. So, Arioch tells Daniel And Daniel says a prayer of thanksgiving and interprets the dream to Nebuchadnezzar. And because of that, the people whom the king was going to kill, they are saved. So, um, so the dream, of course, Babylon, the first kingdom, is what Nebuchadnezzar is currently living in. Then Medo, Persia, and Greece are two kingdoms, silver and bronze. And Rome, the fourth kingdom, iron. And then another kingdom which will be of iron and clay and will divide itself. And then from there, the divine kingdom, which in this dream, the statue is crushed into pieces. The divine that represents the divine kingdom which God is going to set up. That's where the kingdom come, the will be done, comes in. And Nebuchadnezzar is pleased and makes Daniel promotion and gives him gifts. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are also promoted for Daniel's request. And yeah, that's chapter 2. Nebuchadnezzar has a dream, and Daniel reveals it, and everybody's happy. Now, let's see another harsh thing that Nebuchadnezzar, which, by the way, because nobody wanted, or nobody was able to, reveal the dream, he was about to kill them, which seems very rude. I don't know why you want to do it. But here's another thing that's a big bozo no. This one is a bozo no-no, as Adam, or Mike Christian would say. This is going to be chapter 3. Let's start with King's Golden Image.
Nebuchadnezzar the king made a statue of gold, the height of which was 60 cubits, and its width 6 cubits. He set it up on the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar the king also sent word to assemble the satraps, the prefects and the governors, the counselors, the chief treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the administrators of the provinces to come to the dedication of the statue that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Then the satraps, the prefects and the governors, the counselors, the chief treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the administrators of the provinces were assembled for the dedication of the statue that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up, and they stood before the statue that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then the herald loudly proclaimed, "To you the command is given, you peoples, nations, and populations of all languages, that at the moment you hear the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, bagpipe, and all kinds of musical instruments, you are to fall down and worship the golden statue that Nebuchadnezzar the king has set up. But whoever does not fall down and worship shall immediately be thrown into the middle of a furnace of blazing fire."
Idolatry.
Therefore as soon as all the peoples heard the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, bagpipe, and all kinds of musical instruments, all the peoples, nations, and populations of all languages fell down and worshipped the golden statue that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up.
Worship of the image refused.
For this reason at that time certain Chaldeans came forward and brought charges against the Jews. They began to speak and said to Nebuchadnezzar the king, "O king, live forever. You, O king, have made a decree that every person who hears the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, and bagpipe, and all kinds of musical instruments, is to fall down and worship the golden statue. But whoever does not fall down and worship shall be thrown into the middle of a furnace of blazing fire. There are certain Jews whom you have appointed over the administration of the province of Babylon, namely Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have disregarded you, they do not serve your gods, nor do they worship the golden statue which you have set up. Then Nebuchadnezzar in rage and anger gave orders to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Then these men were brought before the king. Nebuchadnezzar began speaking and said to them, Is it true, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that you do not serve my gods, nor worship the golden statue that I have set up? Now if you are ready, at the moment you hear the sound of the horn, flute, lyre, trigon, psaltery, and bagpipe, and all kinds of musical instruments, to fall down and worship the statue that I have made, very well. But if you do not worship, you will immediately be thrown into the midst of a furnace of blazing fire, and what God is there who can rescue you from my hands? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego replied to the king, Nebuchadnezzar, We are not in need of an answer to give you concerning this matter. If it be so, our God whom we serve is able to rescue us from the furnace of blazing fire, and he will rescue us from your hand, O king. But even if he does not, let it be known to you, O king, that we are not going to serve your gods nor worship the golden statue that you have set up.
Daniel's friends
Then
protected.
Nebuchadnezzar was filled with wrath, and his facial expression was changed toward Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. He answered by giving orders to heat the furnace 7 times more than it was usually heated. And he ordered certain valiant warriors who were in his army to tie up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in order to throw them into the furnace of blazing fire. Then these men were tied up in their trousers, their coats, their caps, and their other clothes, and were thrown into the middle of the furnace of blazing fire. For this reason, because the king's command was harsh and the furnace had been made extremely hot, the flame of the fire killed those men who took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell into the middle of the furnace of blazing fire still tied up. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astounded and stood up quickly. He said to his counselors, Was it not 3 men that we threw bound into the middle of the fire? They replied to the king, Absolutely, O king. He responded, Look. I see 4 men untied and walking about in the middle of the fire unharmed, and the appearance of the 4th is like a son of the gods. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the door of the furnace of blazing fire. He said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, come out, you servants of the Most High God, and come here. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came out of the middle of the fire. The satraps, the prefects, the governors, and the king's counselors gathered together and saw that the fire had no effect on the bodies of these men, nor was the hair of their heads singed, nor were their trousers damaged, nor had even the smell of fire touched them. Nebuchadnezzar responded and said, Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent his angel and rescued his servants who put their trust in him, violating the king's command, and surrendered their bodies rather than serve or worship any god except their own God. Therefore I make a decree that any people, nation, or population of any language that speaks anything offensive against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be torn limb from limb and their houses made a rubbish heap, because there is no other God who is able to save in this way. Then the king made Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego prosperous in the province of Babylon.
Okay, so these 3 people and Nebuchadnezzar, he sets up a golden statue. Whoever doesn't worship this statue, well, they're to be thrown into a fire. Now, these three other people the narrator was actively mentioning, because they did not obey the command that Nebuchadnezzar had ordered, that at the sound of music, the statue shall be worshipped. Sorry. Nebuchadnezzar's mad at them. Sorry. Um, um, so Nebuchadnezzar is angry and he throws the three uh, people into the fire 7 times hotter than heated he ordered the furnace to be. So those who were carrying out the order were killed by the fire, but the three who Nebuchadnezzar put into the fire were saved. For one of the counselors was like, I saw 4 men untied. The appearance of the fourth is like a son of the gods, just like the burning bush, Jesus, and just like other examples where that angel is Jesus. It could very well have been Jesus. So, you know, even though he has not been revealed yet as the Son of God to the peoples, but that'll come as we get into the New Testament. So, the three peoples of God thrown into the fire, they resist idolatry and prefer to get burned alive than to worship an idol. So, sin in, uh, you know, in question is idolatry. Hey, Metro, what's up? I thought you wanted a new format. Yeah. Um, I don't have the chat ready yet. I haven't gotten to that. So that's why I didn't go to the vertical format. If it were, you know, and I'm kind of debating if I actually want the chat there on the side. And also the dimensions um of, the video that you see right now. It may not be enough to cover the all the letters within the frame. Uh, I'm trying to figure out the right dimensions, but yeah, it's still a work in progress. It's not ready though. That's why I haven't gone back to vertical. Oh, Christian is here. Welcome in and God bless you. How are you feeling today? Thanks be to God, I feel a lot better. I feel a lot better than yesterday. Yesterday I was under the weather. Um, I don't want to take up too much time for those of y'all watching after the fact, but yeah, I was sick. My forehead felt like it got in some sort of bird strike, like a plane engine that goes through a bird strike, and my stomach felt very funny. It felt like it was nauseating, but not enough to vomit. So, you know, thanks be to God, though, that it is all healed up. I went to the doctor, had a few tests taken. The results of the blood tests will be done tomorrow. So, yeah. All right. So, I hope everybody is having a great day. Metro, Christian, those of y'all who are watching this live. Now, while the video is running, I'm gonna chat in the chat box. Um, I'll keep myself silent, and then if you want to talk, we can carry it in the chat. So let's continue. By the way, this is going to be chapter 4. The king acknowledges God.
Nebuchadnezzar the king to all the peoples, nations, and populations of all languages who live in all the earth, may your peace be great. I am pleased to declare the signs and miracles that the Most High God has done for me. How great are his signs and how mighty are his miracles. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his dominion is from generation to generation.
The vision of a great tree.
I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at ease in my house and happy in my palace. I saw a dream and it startled me, and these appearances as I lay on my bed and the visions in my mind kept alarming me. So I gave orders to bring into my presence all the wise men of Babylon, so that they might make known to me the interpretation of the dream. Then the soothsayer priests, the sorcerers, the Chaldeans, and the diviners came in and I related the dream to them, but they could not make its interpretation known to me. But finally Daniel came in before me, whose name is Belteshazzar according to the name of my God, and in whom is a spirit of the holy gods, and I related the dream to him, saying, Belteshazzar, chief of the soothsayer priests, since I know that a spirit of the holy gods is in you and no secret baffles you, tell me the visions of my dream which I have seen, along with its interpretation. Now these were the visions in my mind as I lay on my bed. I was looking, and behold, there was a tree in the middle of the earth and its height was great. The tree grew large and became strong and its height reached to the sky, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. Its foliage was beautiful and its fruit abundant, and in it was food for all. The animals of the field found shade under it, and the birds of the sky lived in its branches, and all living creatures fed from it. I was looking in the visions in my mind as I lay on my bed, and behold, an angelic watcher, a holy one, descended from heaven. He shouted out and spoke as follows, Chop down the tree and cut off its branches, shake off its foliage and scatter its fruit, let the animals flee from under it and the birds from its branches. 15 Yet leave the stump with its roots in the ground, but with a band of iron and bronze around it in the new grass of the field, and let him be drenched with the dew of heaven, and let him share with the animals in the grass of the earth. Let his mind change from that of a human and let an animal's mind be given to him, and let 7 periods of time pass over him. This sentence is by the decree of the angelic watchers, and the decision is a command of the holy ones, in order that the living may know that the Most High is ruler over the realm of mankind, and he grants it to whomever he wishes and sets over it the lowliest of people. This is the dream that I, King Nebuchadnezzar, have seen. Now you, Belteshazzar, tell me its interpretation, since none of the wise men of my kingdom is able to make known to me the interpretation, but you are able, because a spirit of the holy gods is in you.
Daniel interprets a
Then
vision.
Daniel, whose name is Belteshazzar, was appalled for a while as his thoughts alarmed him. The king responded and said, Belteshazzar, do not let the dream or its interpretation alarm you. Belteshazzar replied, My lord, if only the dream applied to those who hate you, and its interpretation to your adversaries. The tree that you saw, which became large and grew strong, whose height reached to the sky and was visible to all the earth, and whose foliage was beautiful and its fruit abundant, and in which was food for all, under which the animals of the field lived and in whose branches the birds of the sky settled. It is you, O king, for you have become great and grown strong, and your majesty has become great and reached to the sky, and your dominion to the end of the earth. And in that the king saw an angelic watcher, a holy one, descending from heaven and saying, Chop down the tree and destroy it, yet leave the stump with its roots in the ground, but with a band of iron and bronze around it in the new grass of the field, let him be drenched with the dew of heaven, and let him share with the animals of the field until 7 periods of time pass over him. This is the interpretation, O king, and this is the decree of the Most High, which has come upon my lord the king. That you be driven away from mankind and your dwelling place be with the animals of the field, and you be given grass to eat like cattle and be drenched with the dew of heaven, and 7 periods of time will pass over you, until you recognize that the Most High is ruler over the realm of mankind and bestows it on whomever he wishes. And in that it was commanded to leave the stump with the roots of the tree, your kingdom will remain as yours after you recognize that it is heaven that rules. Therefore, O king, may my advice be pleasing to you, wipe away your sin by doing righteousness, and your wrongdoings by showing mercy to the poor, in case there may be a prolonging of your prosperity.
Division fulfilled.
All of this happened to Nebuchadnezzar the king. 12 months later he was walking on the roof of the royal palace of Babylon. The king began speaking and was saying, "Is this not Babylon the Great, which I myself have built as a royal residence by the might of my power and for the honor of my majesty?" While the word was still in the king's mouth, a voice came from heaven, saying, "King Nebuchadnezzar, to you it is declared, sovereignty has been removed from you. And you will be driven away from mankind, and your dwelling place will be with the animals of the field. You will be given grass to eat like cattle, and 7 periods of time will pass over you until you recognize that the Most High is ruler over the realm of mankind and bestows it on whomever he wishes." Immediately the word concerning Nebuchadnezzar was fulfilled, and he was driven away from mankind and began eating grass like cattle, and his body was drenched with the dew of heaven until his hair had grown like eagle's feathers and his nails like birds' claws. But at the end of that period, I, Nebuchadnezzar, raised my eyes toward heaven and my reason returned to me, and I blessed the Most High and praised and honored him who lives forever, for his dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom endures from generation to generation. All the inhabitants of the earth are of no account, but he does according to his will among the army of heaven and among the inhabitants of earth, and no one can fend off his hand or say to him, "What have you done?" At that time my reason returned to me, and my majesty and splendor were restored to me for the honor of my kingdom, and my state counselors and my nobles began seeking me out, so I was re-established in my sovereignty, and surpassing greatness was added to me. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise, exalt, and honor the King of heaven, for all his works are true and his ways just, and he is able to humble those who walk in pride.
Okay, that's chapter 4. So chapter 4 is the second dream with its interpretation. Now, the Lord acknowledges God at this point. Now, Nebuchadnezzar talks about how um, how he has this dream where a tree grew large and became strong, reaching to the sky, and it was beautiful. And now, someone from heaven uh, comes down and declares it to be cut down, and all of its fruits and leaves be scattered, and all of this and that is happening. There's more details, but the point is, Daniel interprets once again for Nebuchadnezzar, and he says that this dream is about this, you know, this kingdom that he has grown to be the highest of the kingdoms, and probably the highest ever. Um, Nebuchadnezzar is about to be overthrown. That's what's going on. So Nebuchadnezzar is overthrown. By the way, this is what Daniel interprets, and it is fulfilled. Nebuchadnezzar is overthrown. He is wiped out into a pile of grass where he is to eat. So Daniel pleads to him, O king, therefore, O king, in verse 27, may my advice be pleasing to you. Wipe away your sin by doing righteousness and your wrongdoing by showing mercy to the poor, in case there may be a prolonging of your prosperity. So, and then, well, he's overthrown after 12 months. And as soon as all this happens, he raises his eyes and blesses the Lord, and he acknowledges that he is the ultimate ruler of them all. So, Nebuchadnezzar, he never really possesses the kingdom, he just manages it. Yeah. Yeah, he had a huge 360 mode. Yeah, Metro's right. It saved me a bunch of, losing my train of talk and stuff. So, although I don't really love this king's name, I've said it quite often, Nebuchadnezzar. Boy, I don't like that name. Is saved by being put back in his which book do the Jews come back to Jerusalem? I'm gonna guess Daniel, even though I don't actually know for certain. I'm gonna guess Daniel. Let's see what which book do the return to Jerusalem? Ezra and Nehemiah. Okay, so I was wrong. Well, this is what Google says. So I was wrong. Desperate. Yeah. So Nebuchadnezzar had some humble pie in Daniel 4. He had this troubling dream, and Daniel reveals that he's overthrown, and, well, he's overthrown, but at the same time, he's saved. Now, here comes chapter 5. Well, Belshazzar, the new king, is going to throw a party in the midst, and stuff will go down for him. So, here we go. Chapter 5. Belshazzar's Feast.
Belshazzar the king held a great feast for 1,000 of his nobles, and he was drinking wine in the presence of the 1,000. While he tasted the wine, Belshazzar gave orders to bring the gold and silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple which was in Jerusalem, so that the king and his nobles, his wives, and his concubines could drink out of them. Then they brought the gold vessels that had been taken out of the temple, the house of God which was in Jerusalem, and the king and his nobles, his wives, and his concubines drank out of them. They drank the wine and praised the gods of gold and silver, of bronze, iron, wood, and stone. Suddenly the fingers of a human hand emerged and began writing opposite the lampstand on the plaster of the wall of the king's palace, and the king saw the back of the hand that did the writing. Then the king's face became pale and his thoughts alarmed him, and his hip joints loosened and his knees began knocking together. The king called aloud to bring in the sorcerers, the Chaldeans, and the diviners. The king began speaking and said to the wise men of Babylon, "Anyone who can read this inscription and explain its interpretation to me shall be clothed with purple and have a necklace of gold around his neck, and have authority as third ruler in the kingdom." Then all the king's wise men came in, but they could not read the inscription or make known its interpretation to the king. Then King Belshazzar was greatly alarmed, his face grew even more pale, and his nobles were perplexed. The queen entered the banquet hall because of the words of the king and his nobles. The queen began to speak and said, "O king, live forever. Do not let your thoughts alarm you or your face be pale. There is a man in your kingdom in whom is a spirit of the holy gods, and in the days of your father, illumination, insight, and wisdom like the wisdom of the gods were found in him. And King Nebuchadnezzar, your father the king, appointed him chief of the soothsayer priests, sorcerers, Chaldeans, and diviners. This was because an extraordinary spirit, knowledge and insight, interpretation of dreams, explanation of riddles, and solving of difficult problems were found in this Daniel, whom the king named Belteshazzar. Let Daniel now be summoned and he will declare the interpretation."
Daniel interprets.
Then Daniel was brought in before the king. The king began speaking and said to Daniel, "Are you that Daniel who is one of the exiles from Judah, whom my father the king brought from Judah? Now I have heard about you that a spirit of the gods is in you, and that illumination, insight, and extraordinary wisdom have been found in you. Just now the wise men and the sorcerers were brought in before me to read this inscription and make its interpretation known to me, but they could not declare the interpretation of the message. But I personally have heard about you, that you are able to give interpretations and solve difficult problems. Now if you are able to read the inscription and make its interpretation known to me, you will be clothed with purple and wear a necklace of gold around your neck, and you will have authority as the third ruler in the kingdom." Then Daniel replied and said before the king, "Keep your gifts for yourself or give your rewards to someone else. However, I will read the inscription to the king and make the interpretation known to him. O king, the Most High God granted sovereignty, greatness, honor, and majesty to Nebuchadnezzar your father. Now because of the greatness which he granted him, all the peoples, nations, and populations of all languages trembled and feared in his presence. Whomever he wished, he killed, and whomever he wished, he spared alive, and whomever he wished he elevated, and whomever he wished he humbled. But when his heart was arrogant and his spirit became so overbearing that he behaved presumptuously, he was deposed from his royal throne, and his dignity was taken away from him. He was also driven away from mankind, and his heart was made like that of animals, and his dwelling place was with the wild donkeys. He was given grass to eat like cattle, and his body was drenched with the dew of heaven, until he recognized that the Most High God is ruler over the realm of mankind, and that he sets over it whomever he wishes. Yet you, his son, Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart, even though you knew all this. But you have risen up against the Lord of heaven, and they have brought the vessels of his house before you, and you and your nobles, your wives, and your concubines have been drinking wine out of them, and you have praised the gods of silver and gold, of bronze, iron, wood, and stone, which do not see, nor hear, nor understand. But the God in whose hand are your life breath and all your ways, you have not glorified. Then the hand was sent from him and this inscription was written out. Now this is the inscription that was written, Mene, Mene, Tekel, Upharsin. This is the interpretation of the message, Mene, God has numbered your kingdom and put an end to it. Tekel, you have been weighed on the scales and found deficient. Peres, your kingdom has been divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Then Belshazzar gave orders, and they clothed Daniel with purple and put a necklace of gold around his neck, and issued a proclamation concerning him that he now had authority as the third ruler in the kingdom. That same night Belshazzar the Chaldean king was killed. So Darius the Mede received the kingdom at about the age of 62.
Alright, that is chapter 5. So, what's going on in chapter 5 is, well, after Nebuchadnezzar was in reigning of Babylon and the Chaldeans, Belshazzar comes in and has this great feast after his father, Nebuchadnezzar, was overwritten. So then he sees the fingers of a human drawing words, which are mene tekel upharsin, which are, or hetas, or whatever it was. So Daniel once again interprets for Belshazzar. So Belshazzar, what he saw was this: God numbered your kingdom, putting an end. He weighed the scales and found it deficient. And the kingdoms divided, given to the Medes and Persians. So this is the second and the third kingdom, inferior. Then will come Rome sometime in the future, but not yet. So Belshazzar, probably trouble, but who knows? Well, probably he's like, oh, well, I'm far gone. I really don't know. But he's killed. Then comes Darius, a Mede, to serve as king. So, yeah. So, Metro pointed out that the Jews were exiles for 50, 70 years. Yep. For 70 years, I believe it said in Jeremiah that they were exiles. They were made basically slaves in Babylon. Belshazzar had not the 360 moment that Nezer had. He continued to glorify idols and false gods. Yeah, that's what happened. He was into the party life. It was like, yay, let's go. He was like, um, as secular as it could be. Or at least that's to me what feels like. He was as secular as they come and careless. Oh, oh yeah. I just noticed verse 4 says gods of gold and silver, bronze, iron, wood, and stone. Great job pointed out, Christian. Great job. Um, yeah. I don't know why they keep, worshiping gods of metal, of wood, of stone, or whatever. I don't know why. Let's say I was worshiping this can of tomatoes. I'm like, oh, tomato god, I give you power over my life to make me rich as soon as I drink you or whatever. I don't know why they did that. To me, we know it's evil, yes, but to me, it's plain outright weird. Like, weird and insane that they would, inanimate objects. The evil spirit of pride, I believe, is what leads these kings to worship idols. I could be wrong, though. It could just be the evil spirit of misleading. Yeah, well, back then, well, they worshipped uh, inanimate objects for some reason. They still do today in undeveloped parts of the world. But um, nowadays, at least here in the United States, they're just careless. They're on their phones and they're just careless. Those are truly secular ones. At least that's what I say. Well, who knows? Um, may whatever idols be disqualified from Earth. Um, but yeah, Daniel 5 is Belshazzar is his kingdom is going to be taken away from him. Yeah. Ah, ah. Mm. Dame un momento. Ahorita, chapter 6, Daniel serves Darius.
It pleased Darius to appoint 120 satraps over the kingdom, to be in charge of the whole kingdom. And over them, 3 commissioners, of whom Daniel was one, so that these satraps would be accountable to them, and that the king would not suffer loss. Then this Daniel began distinguishing himself among the commissioners and satraps because he possessed an extraordinary spirit, and the king intended to appoint him over the entire kingdom. Then the commissioners and satraps began trying to find a ground of accusation against Daniel regarding government affairs, but they could find no ground of accusation or evidence of corruption, because he was trustworthy, and no negligence or corruption was to be found in him. Then these men said, "We will not find any ground of accusation against this Daniel unless we find it against him regarding the law of his God." Then these commissioners and satraps came by agreement to the king and spoke to him as follows: "King Darius, live forever. All the commissioners of the kingdom, the prefects and the satraps, the counselors and the governors, have consulted together that the king should establish a statute and enforce an injunction that anyone who offers a prayer to any god or person besides you, O king, for 30 days, shall be thrown into the lion's den. Now, O king, establish the injunction and sign the document so that it will not be changed, according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which may not be revoked." Thereupon, King Darius signed the document, that is, the injunction. Now when Daniel learned that the document was signed, he entered his house, and in his roof chamber he had windows open toward Jerusalem, and he continued kneeling on his knees 3 times a day, praying and offering praise before his God, just as he had been doing previously. 11 Then these men came by agreement and found Daniel offering a prayer and imploring favor before his God. Then they approached and spoke before the king about the king's injunction. "Did you not sign an injunction that any person who offers a prayer to any god or person besides you, O king, for 30 days, is to be thrown into the lion's den?" The king replied, "The statement is true, according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which may not be revoked." Then they responded and spoke before the king, "Daniel, who is one of the exiles from Judah, pays no attention to you, O king, or to the injunction which you signed, but keeps offering his prayer 3 times a day." Then, as soon as the king heard this statement, he was deeply distressed, and set his mind on rescuing Daniel, and until sunset he kept exerting himself to save him. Then these men came by agreement to the king and said to the king, "Recognize, O king, that it is a law of the Medes and Persians that no injunction or statute which the king establishes may be changed."
Daniel
Then the king gave orders, and Daniel was brought in and thrown into the lion's den. The king said to Daniel, Your God whom you continually serve will himself rescue you. And a stone was brought and placed over the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his own signet ring and with the signet rings of his nobles, so that nothing would be changed regarding Daniel. Then the king went to his palace and spent the night fasting, and no entertainment was brought before him, and his sleep fled from him. Then the king got up at dawn, at the break of day, and went in a hurry to the lion's den. And when he had come near the den to Daniel, he cried out with a troubled voice. The king began speaking and said to Daniel, Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you continually serve, been able to rescue you from the lions? Then Daniel spoke to the king, O king, live forever. My God sent his angel and shut the lions' mouths, and they have not harmed me, since I was found innocent before him, and also toward you, O king, I have committed no crime. Then the king was very glad and gave orders for Daniel to be lifted up out of the den. So Daniel was lifted up out of the den, and no injury whatever was found on him, because he had trusted in his God. The king then gave orders, and they brought those men who had maliciously accused Daniel, and they threw them, their children, and their wives into the lion's den, and they had not reached the bottom of the den before the lions overpowered them and crushed all their bones. Then Darius the king wrote to all the peoples, nations, and populations of all languages who were living in all the land, May your peace be great. I issue a decree that in all the realm of my kingdom people are to tremble and fear before the God of Daniel, for he is the living God and enduring forever, and his kingdom is one which will not be destroyed, and his dominion will be forever. He rescues, saves, and performs signs and miracles in heaven and on earth, he who has also rescued Daniel from the power of the lions. So this Daniel enjoyed success in the reign of Darius, and in the reign of Cyrus the Persian.
So this is half of Daniel. This is the first half of the book of Daniel. So what's going on in chapter 6 is now Darius becomes king, and now he assigns 120 satraps in his kingdom. And because now all these governors, these people, they come to the king and say, can we please sign a law that says no other gods or people besides you can be prayed to? Now, come on, sign this. He was probably unwilling and taken advantage of and had. So he's like, okay, fine, sign it. But I think he felt for Daniel. Only thing he was, I guess, and I might be wrong, probably am wrong, but I think Darius was a coward. Um, and here's why. Because when these people find Daniel in violation of this decree that he forcefully was forced to sign, and they accuse him, Darius was like, can't you bend the laws, please? And he was like, sir, what the law says, it cannot be changed. And I'm like, dang it! He could have interceded for Daniel or something. I don't know why he doesn't. Maybe it's a bit harsh to say it was a coward. Maybe that was not the right term to say. But Darius he signed a foolish law that he probably didn't even want in the first place, and he finds Daniel accused of it, and he's like, "Your God will rescue you." Which he may have said it with an ounce of faith. And like, Darius, are you there? And he's like, "Oh, yes, I'm alive." And Darius was very glad. So Darius, he could have overthrown this law, he could have used his powers, but instead he let it take its course, and Daniel was unharmed. And it took that for King Darius to to do away with that law. So, yeah. So those people who tried to get him off guard, get Daniel off guard, those were thrown into the lion's den and shattered, thrown into pieces, ripped apart. And yeah, that's the thing. God rescued Daniel from the lions. Exactly. God shut the mouth of the lions and tamed them so that they would respect Daniel. I'm just a man on a mission, says Metro. Yeah. So that's what's going on in the book of Daniel, chapter 6. So we've gone through half of these these chapters. So we're gonna go on to this time I don't care how long this takes. I want to get this whole book done. Um, whether or not we're probably gonna go over the limit, but I want to get this book done. Um, the whole book of Daniel. So here we go. We're gonna get to chapter 7. So chapter 6 is Daniel is sabotaged, but God rescues him and saves him from destruction, all under King Darius's reign. So here is chapter number 7, Vision of the Four Beasts.
In the first year of Belshazzar king of Babylon, Daniel saw a dream and visions in his mind as he lay on his bed. Then he wrote the dream down and told the following summary of it. Daniel said, I was looking in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea. And four great beasts were coming up from the sea, different from one another. The first was like a lion but had the wings of an eagle. I kept looking until its wings were plucked, and it was lifted up from the ground and set up on 2 feet like a man. A human mind also was given to it. And behold, another beast, a second one, resembling a bear. And it was raised up on one side, and 3 ribs were in its mouth between its teeth, and they said this to it, Arise, devour much meat. After this I kept looking, and behold, another one, like a leopard, which had on its back 4 wings of a bird. The beast also had 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. After this I kept looking in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, and extremely strong, and it had large iron teeth. It devoured and crushed, and trampled down the remainder with its feet, and it was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. While I was thinking about the horns, behold, another horn, a little one, came up among them, and 3 of the previous horns were plucked out before it, and behold, this horn possessed eyes like human eyes, and a mouth uttering great boasts.
The Ancient of Days.
I kept looking until thrones were set up, and the Ancient of Days took his seat. His garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like pure wool. His throne was ablaze with flames, its wheels were a burning fire. A river of fire was flowing and coming out from before him, thousands upon thousands were serving him, and myriads upon myriads were standing before him. The court convened, and the books were opened. Then I kept looking because of the sound of the boastful words which the horn was speaking. I kept looking until the beast was killed, and its body was destroyed and given to the burning fire. 12 As for the rest of the beasts, their dominion was taken away, but an extension of life was granted to them for an appointed period of time. I kept looking in the night visions, And behold, with the clouds of heaven one like a son of man was coming, and he came up to the Ancient of Days and was presented before him. And to him was given dominion, honor, and a kingdom, so that all the peoples, nations, and populations of all languages might serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which will not pass away, and his kingdom is one which will not be destroyed. As for me, Daniel, my spirit was distressed within me, and the visions in my mind kept alarming me. I approached one of those who were standing by and began requesting of him the exact meaning of all this. So he told me and made known to me the interpretation of these things. These great beasts, which are 4 in number, are 4 kings who will arise from the earth. But the saints of the Highest One will receive the kingdom and take possession of the kingdom forever, for all ages to come. Then I desired to know the exact meaning of the 4th beast, which was different from all the others, exceedingly dreadful, with its teeth of iron and its claws of bronze, and which devoured, crushed, and trampled down the remainder with its feet. And the meaning of the 10 horns that were on its head, and the other horn which came up, and before which 3 of the horns fell, namely, that horn which had eyes and a mouth uttering great boasts, and which was larger in appearance than its associates. I kept looking, and that horn was waging war with the saints and prevailing against them. Until the Ancient of Days came and judgment was passed in favor of the saints of the Highest One, and the time arrived when the saints took possession of the kingdom. This is what he said: the 4th beast will be a 4th kingdom on the earth which will be different from all the other kingdoms, and will devour the whole earth and trample it down and crush it. As for the 10 horns, out of this kingdom 10 kings will arise, and another will arise after them, and he will be different from the previous ones and will humble 3 kings. And he will speak against the Most High and wear down the saints of the Highest One, and he will intend to make alterations in times and in law, and they will be handed over to him for a time, times, and half a time. But the court will convene for judgment, and his dominion will be taken away, annihilated and destroyed forever. Then the sovereignty, the dominion, and the greatness of all the kingdoms under the whole heaven will be given to the people of the saints of the Highest One. His kingdom will be an everlasting kingdom, and all the empires will serve and obey him. At this point the revelation ended. As for me, Daniel, my thoughts were greatly alarming me and my face became pale, but I kept the matter to myself.
Okay, that's chapter 7, which is the Revelation, basically. So this is a revelation before the book of Revelation. So, quickly, let's try to break down. So, 4 winds of heaven stirring up the great sea. From them, 4 great beasts were coming. So remember, in Ezekiel, we see at the beginning, 4 cherubim were starting to arise. And then those 4 cherubim did stuff. In fact, these 4 beasts, the first was like a lion but had the wings of an eagle. Then the second one resembling a bear. Then another, other, stuff. One that's like a leopard. Another one that I'm not sure. But all in all, so these 4 beasts represent the 4 kingdoms that were prophesied, that Daniel broke down for King Nezer of Babylon. So that is, of course, the first one, which the king himself was in already. The second one, which would be the Medo-Persian kingdom, the Medes and the Persians, and then and then Greece, which is the third one, and after Greece, Rome. Rome, the final kingdom that is revealed to Daniel. And Rome, I believe, is going to be eventually divided. So it goes back to what Daniel was revealed to by the Lord. And let's go back to the vision. Then the divine kingdom part is, the Son of Man being revealed. So before this, the Lord himself, his garment was white as snow, his head, the hair of his head like pure wool. So I guess we know what he's going to look like. And his throne was ablaze with flames, wheels, burning fire. Lots of other details. And then the Son of Man is presented, Jesus, of course, so that all countries, nations, states, provinces, prefects, departements, uh, counties, anything would be looking upon him, upon the Lord. So these great beasts, Daniel wanted to know what the fourth one meant. It was dreadful, teeth of iron, claws of bronze, which also represents the devil. So that reigns, and the kingdom will be torn from him. So, quick spoiler alert to Revelation. So, Satan, the author of all evil, if I'm not mistaken, is to be defeated by Saint Michael the Archangel. So, that just came to mind. So, I don't know if it's relevant here, but just over there. But yeah, the fourth beast, which is the fourth kingdom, and also evil, because it's divided, its kingdom will be overthrown as well. So, another version of the vision that Daniel received concerning the first dream that he revealed to a king. So that is Daniel 7. I interpreted Daniel's dreams as what the end times would possibly look like, maybe each beast representing different levels of the Antichrist. I could be 100% wrong about that. Well, it could be, but keep in mind, right now we have the kingdom of Babylon, the kingdom of the Medes and the Persians, and then the kingdom of Greece, and then the kingdom of Rome, which is going to come next. Those are the kingdoms that are prophesied. And then it does say that from after that, there will be 10 kings that will come there, which are represented by 10 horns. They will be different from each other as well. Could it be the end times? Well, it is, part of the revelation, so it could be. There could be some truth to that, and there probably is truth to that. Now, what it looks like exactly, well, there are some parts we know, parts that we're not going to know until the end times come. So, um, so yeah, It could be the preview of the end times, admittedly. But in the end, all is certain that the kingdoms, all of them, must obey the Most High One. Alright, so we're going to go into chapter 8. So let's start with this section called Vision of the Ram and Goat, followed by the little horn, interpretation of the vision, the ram's identity, and the goat. Here's chapter 8.
In the 3rd year of the reign of Belshazzar the king, a vision appeared to me, Daniel, subsequent to the one which appeared to me previously. I looked in the vision, and while I was looking, I was in the citadel of Susa, which is in the province of Elam, and I looked in the vision, and I myself was beside the Olite canal. Then I raised my eyes and looked, and behold, a ram which had 2 horns was standing in front of the canal. Now the 2 horns were long, but one was longer than the other, with the longer one coming up last. I saw the ram butting westward, northward, and southward, and no other beasts could stand against him, nor was there anyone to rescue from his power, but he did as he pleased and made himself great. While I was observing, behold, a male goat was coming from the west over the surface of the entire earth without touching the ground, and the goat had a prominent horn between his eyes. 6 He came up to the ram that had the 2 horns, which I had seen standing in front of the canal, and rushed at him in his mighty wrath. And I saw him come up beside the ram, and he was enraged at him, and he struck the ram and smashed his 2 horns, and the ram had no strength to withstand him. So he hurled him to the ground and trampled on him, and there was no one to rescue the ram from his power. Then the male goat made himself exceedingly great. But once he became powerful, the large horn was broken, and in its place 4 prominent horns came up toward the 4 winds of heaven.
The little horn.
And out of one of them came a rather small horn which grew exceedingly great toward the south, toward the east, and toward the beautiful land. It grew up to the heavenly lights, and some of the lights, that is, some of the stars it threw down to the earth, and it trampled them. It even exalted itself to be equal with the commander of the army, and it removed the regular sacrifice from him, and the place of his sanctuary was overthrown. And because of an offense the army will be given to the horn along with the regular sacrifice, and it will hurl truth to the ground and do as it pleases and be successful. Then I heard a Holy One speaking, and another Holy One said to that particular one who was speaking, "How long will the vision about the regular sacrifice apply, while the offense causes horror, so as to allow both the sanctuary and the army to be trampled?" And he said to me, "For 2,300 evenings and mornings, then the sanctuary will be properly restored."
Interpretation
When
of
I,
the
Daniel, had seen the vision, I sought to understand it, and behold, standing before me was one who looked like a man. And I heard the voice of a man between the banks of Ulai, and he called out and said, "Gabriel, explain the vision to this man." So he came near to where I was standing, and when he came I was frightened and fell on my face, and he said to me, "Son of man, understand that the vision pertains to the time of the end." Now while he was talking with me, I was dazed with my face to the ground, but he touched me and made me stand at my place. And he said, "Behold, I am going to inform you of what will occur at the final period of the indignation, because it pertains to the appointed time of the end."
The ram's identity.
The ram which you saw with the 2 horns represents the kings of Media and Persia.
The goat.
The shaggy goat represents the kingdom of Greece, and the large horn that is between his eyes is the first king. The broken horn and the 4 horns that came up in its place represent 4 kingdoms which will arise from his nation, although not with his power. And in the latter period of their dominion, when the wrongdoers have run their course, a king will arise, insolent and skilled in intrigue. And his power will be mighty, but not by his own power, and he will destroy to an extraordinary degree and be successful and do as he pleases. He will destroy mighty men and the holy people. And through his shrewdness he will make deceit a success by his influence, and he will make himself great in his own mind, and he will destroy many while they are at ease. He will even oppose the Prince of Princes, but he will be broken without human agency. And the vision of the evenings and mornings which has been told is true, but as for you, keep the vision secret, because it pertains to many days in the future. Then I, Daniel, was exhausted and sick for days. Then I got up and carried on the king's business, but I was astounded at the vision, and there was no one to explain it.
So that is chapter 9. Chapter 8. So it talks about another vision, which there's this male goat that comes around and destroys this ram with wrath. And then that male goat, this male goat will destroy the ram, and so and then the goat himself, his large horn was broken, giving rise to 4 horns that came up toward the 4 winds of heaven, which again are the kingdoms of Babylon, Media, and Persia, and then Greece and Rome. So, Daniel looked for someone to explain it, and this guy who is called Gabriel, who could be the angel Gabriel or something, has explained that it is indeed the kingdoms. But also, like Christian pointed out, you've pointed out, it is reserved for the end times, as it is said in verse, hold on, 17, Son of Man, understand that the vision pertains to the time of the end. And then 19 again. Behold, I am going to inform you of what will occur at the final period of the indignation, because it pertains to the appointed time of the end. And then it describes the Antichrist. So the Antichrist, it's not called the Antichrist right here immediately, but he says that the king will arise, insolent and skilled in intrigue, not by his own power, will destroy and be successful as he pleases, destroy mighty men and holy people, makes deceit a success. He makes right wrong and wrong right, and makes himself great, super exalts himself, idolizes himself, and even opposes the Prince of Princes, which will oppose Jesus. Although the name Jesus doesn't come until later in this Bible. So, yeah. And then once again, to close it off in 26, Gabriel says, it pertains to many days in the future. And Daniel was troubled by this vision. And yeah, so my interpretation was actually accurate. It just seems so relatable to how the end of times would be. You know what? If the kingdom of Babylon has already happened, and if the kingdoms of Media, Persia, which is one, has already happened, and if the kingdom of Greece has already happened, And if the kingdom of Rome has already happened, does that mean the end times are here or what? If not, then what else could it be saying? Really? In the world today, everyone is treating certain sins like lying and stealing as righteous behavior, and conversely, everyone shows pure hatred towards the Christian lifestyle. Yeah, um, whether it be like people being like, why do you mention God? It's out of context. Or what? Or they get bored of the lore, something like that. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I feel for them, but at the same time, if the end times are certainly here, then what else can you say? You have to take the whole people, like Noah advised everyone to go into his ark so they could be saved from the destruction that the Lord was bringing. That's exactly what it is like in the end times. A very similar and prophetic and biblical timeline. It wouldn't be, you know, out of the realm if it turned out that there were like 4 or 7 or however many number of realities that there were, and we're in the final reality, the one with Jesus. But each one had similar cadences. So these are these are all just warnings that we should take if we want to not be left behind. The people have risen up against God, um, and refuse to acknowledge Him, and often can't stand when people talk about God. Yeah, they don't have patience. That's their problem, which is a fruit that is of God. I don't know why, but I feel when they realize this, if they open themselves up, they'll cry in tears. That's what's going on. Um, yeah. So, chapter 8, another vision which is reminiscent of the end times. This vision is the ram and the goat and the horns that represent kingdoms. And so, oh, and by the way, the goat, in this case, it reminds me of this Charlie Kirk video where somebody dressed as a goat that was Satan. So, that was awful, but reminiscent and, helps to visualize what not what it's not like to be holy. Satan has a strong influence on this world. Some of us can see right through it and resist, and others cannot. Yeah, Satan attacks the ones who wants to, the ones who he wants to bring down. He does. He wants to bring down those who they think uh, are. Goats are often used as a satanic symbolism, and Satan often represented to look similar as a goat. Well, there you go. That's an explanation. So, you know, thanks to everything that's happening, we have one vessel that will save us, and that is none other than Christ Jesus, Lord and Savior. He is our Noah's Ark. He is our, you know, our salvation. He is the one who intercedes for us. He's the one in charge of all the offerings that God asks, should he ask him. He's the one that gave himself up. So you can't say that there's no salvation, folks. If you're out there saying there's no saving us, we're all doomed to hell, well, reconsider yourselves, because there is one way to the Father, and that is through Jesus Christ, his only begotten Son. All right? None other than him. We're um don't take this the wrong way, but we're getting into the, I guess, foreplay. I don't think that's the right word, but this is like the, you know, you're about to see the Messiah, except all these things have to happen first. He has to wait until these events happen, and then you will see the Messiah. He will not look like you imagine, but he's going to be there. As humans, we are going to be imperfect and sin endlessly, but there is this thing called repentance and also asking God to help you move away from the sins. Right. If you fail to take this flight to Jesus, or through, sorry, let's say there's just one airplane out of this world, and this airplane is the one that Jesus is in, Jesus is flying, then, you know, and there's no other planes, well, you're just going to be stuck here on Earth and burn. It's sad what's going to happen, but that's really what's going to happen. So, repent yourselves. Show yourself as an honorable sacrifice to the Lord, the Almighty God, the Father, and He'll make sure to remember you and what you did in your faith. So, obey the Lord. Come on, folks. All right, by the way, this is 2/3 of the way through Daniel. So, we got chapter 9, we've got chapter 10, we've got chapter 11, and we've got chapter 12. And after chapter 12, we're done. And then after that is minor prophets. Okay? So, sorry, I didn't know that was going to be loud. Before we continue with chapter 9, I'm going to go take a water break. I talk to God every day and I acknowledge my sins because honestly speaking, I know I sin regularly and I hate it. Yeah. Sins, obviously, disregarding any command that He gives you, not loving one of your peoples, you know, um, passing off stuff when you're not called to, um, and other ones like trusting not in Him, um, just like hey, how come you didn't do this? Because I thought this and that. Oh, that's also sin. Those are sins in the world. So confess each and every one of them to the Lord. So I will admit I'm a sinner, and my problem is I really don't like getting specific about my sins. I don't like to go into the specificy of sins. There are sins there which I don't want to, I know the Lord knows, but I really don't want to say them out loud to anyone. That's another detail. All right, I'm gonna go take a water. Okay, we are back. Are you ready for 9 through 12? Let her roll. All right, here we go. This is chapter 9, which includes the sections Daniel's prayer for his people, Gabriel brings an answer, 70 weeks, and the Messiah. Here we go.
In the first year of Darius the son of Ahasuerus, of Median descent, who was made king over the kingdom of the Chaldeans. In the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, observed in the books the number of the years which was revealed as the word of the Lord to Jeremiah the prophet for the completion of the desolations of Jerusalem, namely, 70 years. So I gave my attention to the Lord God, to seek him by prayer and pleading, with fasting, sackcloth, and ashes. I prayed to the Lord my God and confessed, and said, O Lord, the great and awesome God, who keeps his covenant and faithfulness for those who love him and keep his commandments. We have sinned, we have done wrong, and acted wickedly and rebelled, even turning aside from your commandments and ordinances. Moreover, we have not listened to your servants the prophets, who spoke in your name to our kings, our leaders, our fathers, and all the people of the land. Righteousness belongs to you, Lord, but to us open shame, as it is this day, to the men of Judah, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and all Israel, those who are nearby and those who are far away in all the countries to which you have driven them, because of their unfaithful deeds which they have committed against you. Open shame belongs to us, Lord, to our kings, our leaders, and our fathers, because we have sinned against you. To the Lord our God belong compassion and forgiveness, because we have rebelled against him. And we have not obeyed the voice of the Lord our God, to walk in his teachings which he set before us through his servants the prophets. Indeed, all Israel has violated your law and turned aside, not obeying your voice, so the curse has gushed forth on us, along with the oath which is written in the law of Moses the servant of God, because we have sinned against him. So he has confirmed his words which he had spoken against us and against our rulers who ruled us, to bring on us great disaster, for under the entire heaven there has not been done anything like what was done in Jerusalem. Just as it is written in the law of Moses, all this disaster has come on us, yet we have not sought the favor of the Lord our God by turning from our wrongdoing and giving attention to your truth. So the Lord has kept the disaster in store and brought it on us, for the Lord our God is righteous with respect to all his deeds which he has done, but we have not obeyed his voice. And now, Lord, our God, you who brought your people out of the land of Egypt with a mighty hand and made a name for yourself, as it is this day, we have sinned, we have been wicked. 16 Lord, in accordance with all your righteous acts, let now your anger and your wrath turn away from your city Jerusalem, your holy mountain, for because of our sins and the wrongdoings of our fathers, Jerusalem and your people have become an object of taunting to all those around us. 17 So now, our God, listen to the prayer of your servant and to his pleas, and for your sake, Lord, let your face shine on your desolate sanctuary. My God, incline your ear and hear. Open your eyes and see our desolations and the city which is called by your name, for we are not presenting our pleas before you based on any merits of our own, but based on your great compassion. Lord, hear. Lord, forgive. Lord, listen and take action. For your own sake, My God, do not delay, because your city and your people are called by your name. While I was still speaking and praying, and confessing my sin and the sin of my people Israel, and presenting my plea before the Lord my God in behalf of the holy mountain of my God, 21 While I was still speaking in prayer, the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision previously, came to me in my extreme weariness about the time of the evening offering. And he instructed me and talked with me and said, Daniel, I have come now to give you insight with understanding. At the beginning of your pleas the command was issued, and I have come to tell you, because you are highly esteemed, so pay attention to the message and gain understanding of the vision. 70 weeks have been decreed for your people and your holy city, to finish the wrongdoing, to make an end of sin, to make atonement for guilt, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy place. So you are to know and understand that from the issuing of a decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem, until Messiah the Prince, there will be 7 weeks and 62 weeks, it will be built again, with streets and moat, even in times of distress. Then after the 62 weeks, the Messiah will be cut off and have nothing, and the people of the Prince who is to come will destroy the city and the sanctuary. And its end will come with a flood, even to the end there will be war, desolations are determined. And he will confirm a covenant with the many for 1 week, but in the middle of the week he will put a stop to sacrifice and grain offering, and on the wing of abominations will come the one who makes desolate, until a complete destruction, one that is decreed, gushes forth on the one who makes desolate. In the 3rd year of Cyrus king of Persia, a message was revealed to Daniel, who was named Belteshazzar, and the message was true and
Oh, sorry. I slapped. So this is chapter 9 of Daniel. So, Daniel, his prayer to intercede on behalf of the people who have sinned. Give me a moment.
¿Se
¿Qué pasó?
El termómetro.
¿Cuál monstruo?
Sí.
Sí.
Voy a checarte la temperatura. No.
Ah, ah,
Ahí está, en ese salón.
yes. Great.
Ahí en la fila. Ok.
Eso también se puede meter en la boca.
¿Dónde lo prefieres?
En la boca.
Vale. Pero cuando estás acostado así, no, así, no, ya le pusiste la mano. Y eso es calor corporal, va a hacer que suba más la temperatura. No, ni siquiera pica. Ni siquiera pica. Pero pues eres tú, tu brazo no pasa nada. A ver, déjame intentar con el brazo. Espérate, tengo que dejar que se enfríe tantito.
Sorry.
Es 99.4,
Sí.
estás normal.
Sí. A ver, con vato.
Deja hacerlo otra vez.
Sí.
¿Cuánto tiempo va a doctor?
Como 100.5 es 95.
Ya de 100.2 para arriba.
Sí.
Más que Fahrenheit. Con el glow, Fahrenheit.
Sí.
Vete al brazo. Sí, manténlo.
Ni siquiera sabía que se pone
Y también.
estaba.
Sí, sí, cuando traes temperatura, te casi luego empieza. Sí, sí. ¿Qué quiere decir? Lo que andas bien ahorita. ¿Eh?
No, ni idea.
Antes cuando te checaba la temperatura, ¿te acuerdas que luego empezaba? ¿Te acuerdas? Que te hacía por
30 segundos.
que pasaron 30 segundos. ¿Sí, verdad?
Creo. So, sí,
Sí, ¿verdad?
sí. 92, 25. Sí. Ay, ay.
Alright. Forgive me.
Ah,
Sí.
¿Qué?
pone con las bolsitas, creo.
Ah,
En la boca va con las bolsitas.
sí. Ah,
¿Qué? Más tarde te la checo.
güey.
Eso es una veladora como unas que yo compraba.
Sí.
¿Estás en live?
Sí.
Oh, perdón.
Alright, forgive me for that. I had to take my temperature. So chapter 9. Sorry for the delay. I didn't want there to be a delay, but she came in here. So Daniel and Daniel prays to the Lord for all the people whom he has poured his wrath on, the Israelites, the Jews, the Jerusalemites, who have violated his commandments and his, uh, despite everything that the Lord has done. Um, he can go into detail of this great prayer, which he says in length. He pleads to the Lord to hear, to turn his ear toward everyone, and, you know, to have mercy on his own people. And then Gabriel brings an answer. Which 70 weeks will be. 70 weeks is 1.35 years when you perform the math. To make an Then there will be a decree to rebuild Jerusalem, to rebuild the holy temple of Jerusalem. Then the Messiah, Jesus, there will be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. So 69 weeks, I guess, will be built. Then 7 weeks it'll be rebuilt, and then 62 weeks the Messiah, Christ himself, will give up his spirit to the Lord. In other words, he's going to suffer death for us. city and the sanctuary. Hold on. Mr. Count will destroy the city and the sanctuary. Then, when the end times come, the angels of the Lord will, destroy Jerusalem and the temple once again. Then there will be flooding, there will be war. Then covenant with the many for 1 week. So, if I'm reading this right, the Lord will make 1 week for the people to turn to Himself, the Lord. Or, sorry, Jesus. So the Messiah is going to stop grain offering and sacrifice offerings in the temple. Remember, when He flipped tables, He said there are no more sacrifices to be brought. And yeah, so that's what's going on. So Daniel prays for the people, and Gabriel answers and warns that as soon as the temple is made, the Messiah will make his way into land. Once again, folks, I apologize for the long delay. That was my mom there. But here we are. So we have completed 3/4 of the book of Daniel. So now we've got chapter 10, chapter 11, and chapter 12. So let's continue on with chapter 10. First, let's check the comments. Okay, no comments here. So let's go to chapter 10. The following sections are Daniel is terrified by a vision and Daniel comforted. Here we go.
In the 3rd year of Cyrus king of Persia, a message was revealed to Daniel, who was named Belteshazzar, and the message was true and it concerned great conflict, but he understood the message and had an understanding of the vision. In those days, I, Daniel, had been mourning for 3 entire weeks. I did not eat any tasty food, nor did meat or wine enter my mouth, nor did I use any ointment at all until the entire 3 weeks were completed. On the 24th day of the 1st month, while I was by the bank of the great river, that is, the Tigris, I raised my eyes and looked, and behold, there was a man dressed in linen, whose waist had a belt of pure gold of Uphaz. His body also was like topaz, his face had the appearance of lightning, his eyes were like flaming torches, his arms and feet like the gleam of polished bronze, and the sound of his words like the sound of a multitude. Now I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, while the men who were with me did not see the vision. Nevertheless, a great fear fell on them, and they ran away to hide themselves. So I was left alone and saw this great vision, yet no strength was left in me, for my complexion turned to a deathly pallor, and I retained no strength. But I heard the sound of his words, and as soon as I heard the sound of his words, I fell into a deep sleep on my face, with my face to the ground.
Daniel comforted.
Then behold, a hand touched me and shook me on my hands and knees. And he said to me, Daniel, you who are treasured, understand the words that I am about to tell you and stand at your place, for I have now been sent to you. And when he had spoken this word to me, I stood up trembling. Then he said to me, do not be afraid, Daniel, for from the first day that you set your heart on understanding this and on humbling yourself before your God, your words were heard, and I have come in response to your words. But the prince of the kingdom of Persia was standing in my way for 21 days, then behold, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, for I had been left there with the kings of Persia. Now I have come to explain to you what will happen to your people in the latter days, because the vision pertains to the days still future. When he had spoken to me according to these words, I turned my face toward the ground and became speechless. And behold, one who resembled a human was touching my lips. Then I opened my mouth and spoke and said to him who was standing before me, My Lord, due to the vision anguish has come upon me, and I have retained no strength. For how can such a servant of my Lord talk with such as my Lord? As for me, there remains just now no strength in me, nor has any breath been left in me. Then this one with human appearance touched me again and strengthened me. And he said, You who are treasured, do not be afraid. Peace be to you, take courage and be courageous. Now as soon as he spoke to me, I felt strengthened and said, May my Lord speak, for you have strengthened me. Then he said, Do you understand why I came to you? But I shall now return to fight against the prince of Persia, so I am leaving, and behold, the prince of Greece is about to come. However, I will tell you what is recorded in the writing of truth. Yet there is no one who stands firmly with me against these forces except Michael your prince.
Okay. Behold, chapter 10. So, chapter 10 is, another vision that Daniel has. Daniel fasted for 3 weeks, mourned, because the message caused great conflict, for the world would be destroyed. He sees a man whose face is face was like lightning, eyes like flaming torches, arms and feet like gleam of polished bronze, his body of topaz. That is none other than the Lord Jesus, I believe. I think it is. Then this guy reassures to Daniel, Do not be afraid, for I have been with you since, since when you prayed to me. Then I'm currently I was fighting the Prince of Persia for 21 days, and I had Michael here to help me, Saint Michael the Archangel. So, he warns about the Prince of Greece that is coming. My Lord, due to the vision, Daniel's still scared as can be. Then, this person who he's talking to, which is, I believe, Christ, is saying, Now I'm gonna go back to fight the Prince of Persia and then the Prince of Greece. But nobody can trespass with me. Nobody shall help me except Michael, who is Prince. So, there's this prayer of Saint Michael the Archangel in the Catholic Church. Defend us from hell. May you, so, I don't know how it goes. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. I thought the person who spoke to Daniel was Christ as well, especially since Daniel was getting his strength back while in that person's presence. Yeah, just like Christ said to the Samaritan woman, I will give whoever drinks of my water, it will be like a river, and he will not thirst. I saw a video about angels, and I am not sure if it is accurate, but apparently the Prince of Persia is not a human being, but rather uh, a supernatural foe, an fallen angel or demonic spirit. At least that is what it is claimed to be. I cannot claim whether or not it's veracity, but all I can say is that's what it says, so we'll go by that. So, you know. So in the Catholic Church, we have this prayer, which goes, Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us from hell. Be our protector against the snares of the evil one. Humbly rebuke, may God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And to thou, O Prince of, I don't know how it goes after that. But yeah, that's something we say, at least over there at that chapel in Texas A&M University, Kingsville, at the Newman Center. There's a chapel inside where mass is held. So each time we depart and there's no music being played for the exit, the priest had us, start that prayer, and what we're doing is invoking uh, Michael to help along with Jesus, to be an extra layer of help against the snares of the devil. So that's another thing right there. So, yeah, that's chapter 10. Daniel talks to Christ, and he is reassured by him that all these things are happening, that he's fighting these demonic kings. Well, they're not actually kings, they're just demonic spirits who want to be kings, but he's going to fight them. He's going to fight them each one, and then stuff. Michael may be a biblical hero, but is it wrong to sing that prayer because it's like a prayer to Michael? Um, I'll be honest with you. That at that point, when I first went to mass during the weekdays, I didn't know the, you know, that prayer to Michael, or they'll say to invoke Michael, but I see what you're saying. I guess what is going on is when that is prayed, it's like telling God to send Michael to fight these demonic powers back and forth. Although, I see what you're saying. So, for now, no comment, but, you know, I see what you mean. Alright, so we've completed 5/6 of Daniel, so, and surprisingly enough, it's getting longer by the chapter and summary. So, chapter 11 is next, and then we'll finalize with chapter 12. I know it's already 10, which is past the time, but I want to get this book done. So, chapter 11, conflicts to come, and yeah, let's go.
In the first year of Darius the Mede, I arose to be of assistance and a protection for him. And now I will tell you the truth. Behold, 3 more kings are going to arise in Persia. Then a fourth will gain far more riches than all of them. As soon as he becomes strong through his riches, he will stir up the entire empire against the realm of Greece. And a mighty king will arise, and he will rule with great authority and do as he pleases. But as soon as he has arisen, his kingdom will be broken up and parceled out toward the 4 points of the compass, though not to his own descendants, nor according to his authority which he wielded, because his sovereignty will be removed and given to others besides them. Then the king of the south will grow strong, along with one of his princes who will gain ascendancy over him and rule. His domain will be a great realm indeed. And after some years they will form an alliance, and the daughter of the king of the south will come to the king of the north to reach an agreement. But she will not keep her position of power, nor will he remain with his power, but she will be given up, along with those who brought her in and the one who fathered her as well as he who supported her in those times. But one of the descendants of her line will arise in his place, and he will come against their army and enter the fortress of the king of the north, and he will deal with them and prevail. And he will also take into captivity to Egypt their gods with their cast metal images and their precious vessels of silver and gold, and he on his part will refrain from attacking the king of the north for some years. Then the latter will enter the realm of the king of the south, but will return to his own land. And his sons will mobilize and assemble a multitude of great forces, and one of them will keep on coming in overflow and pass through, so that he may again wage war up to his fortress. 11 And the king of the south will be enraged and go out and fight with the king of the north. Then the latter will raise a great multitude, but that multitude will be handed over to the former. 12 When the multitude is carried away, his heart will be haughty, and he will cause tens of thousands to fall, yet he will not prevail. For the king of the north will again raise a greater multitude than the former, and after an interval of some years he will press on with a great army and much equipment. Now in those times many will rise up against the king of the south. The violent ones among your people will also raise themselves up to fulfill the vision, but they will fall down. Then the king of the north will come, pile up an assault ramp, and capture a well-fortified city, and the forces of the south will not stand their ground, not even their choicest troops, for there will be no strength to make a stand. But he who comes against him will do as he pleases, and no one will be able to withstand him. He will also stay for a time in the beautiful land, with destruction in his hand. And he will set his mind on coming with the power of his entire kingdom, bringing with him a proposal of peace which he will put into effect. He will also give him the daughter of women to ruin it. But she will not take a stand for him or be on his side. Then he will turn his face to the coastlands and capture many. But a commander will put a stop to his taunting against him. Moreover, he will repay him for his taunting. So he will turn his face toward the fortresses of his own land, but he will stumble and fall and not be found. Then in his place one will arise who will allow an oppressor to pass through the jewel of his kingdom, yet within a few days he will be broken, though not in anger nor in battle. And in his place a despicable person will arise, on whom the majesty of kingship has not been conferred, but he will come in a time of tranquility and seize the kingdom by intrigue. And the overflowing forces will be flooded away from him and smashed, and also the prince of the covenant. After an alliance is made with him, he will practice deception, and he will go up and gain power with a small force of people. In a time of tranquility he will enter the richest parts of the realm, and he will accomplish what his fathers did not, nor his ancestors. He will distribute plunder, spoils, and possessions among them, and he will devise his schemes against strongholds, but only for a time. And he will stir up his strength and courage against the king of the south with a large army, so the king of the south will mobilize an extremely large and mighty army for war, but he will not stand, because schemes will be devised against him. Those who eat his choice food will destroy him, and his army will overflow, but many will fall down slain. As for both kings, their hearts will be intent on evil, and they will speak lies to each other at the same table, but it will not succeed, because the end is still to come at the appointed time. Then he will return to his land with much plunder, but his heart will be set against the holy covenant, and he will take action and then return to his own land. At the appointed time he will return and come into the south, but this last time it will not turn out the way it did before. For ships of Kittim will come against him, therefore he will withdraw in fear and will return and curse the holy covenant and take action, so he will come back and pay attention to those who abandon the holy covenant. Forces from him will arise, desecrate the sanctuary fortress, and do away with the regular sacrifice. And they will set up the abomination of desolation. And by smooth words he will turn to godlessness those who act wickedly toward the covenant, but the people who know their God will be strong and take action. And those who have insight among the people will give understanding to the many, yet they will fall by sword and by flame, by captivity and by plunder for many days. Now when they fall they will be granted a little help, and many will join with them in hypocrisy. And some of those who have insight will fall, to refine, purge, and cleanse them until the end time, because it is still to come at the appointed time. Then the king will do as he pleases, and he will exalt himself and boast against every god and will speak dreadful things against the God of gods, and he will be successful until the indignation is finished, because that which is determined will be done. And he will show no regard for the gods of his fathers or for the desire of women, nor will he show regard for any other god, for he will boast against them all. But instead he will honor a God of fortresses, a God whom his fathers did not know. He will honor him with gold, silver, precious stones, and treasures. And he will take action against the strongest of fortresses with the help of a foreign god. He will give great honor to those who acknowledge him and will make them rulers over the many, and will parcel out land for a price. And at the end time the king of the south will wage war with him, and the king of the north will storm against him with chariots, horsemen, and with many ships, and he will enter countries, overflow them, and pass through. He will also enter the beautiful land, and many countries will fall, but these will be rescued out of his hand, Edom, Moab, and the foremost of the sons of Ammon. Then he will reach out with his hand against other countries, and the land of Egypt will not escape. But he will gain control over the hidden treasures of gold and silver, and over all the precious things of Egypt, and Libyans and Ethiopians will follow at his heels. But rumors from the east and from the north will terrify him, and he will go out with great wrath to eliminate and annihilate many. And he will pitch the tents of his royal pavilion between the seas and the beautiful holy mountain, yet he will come to his end, and no one will help him.
So that's chapter 11. I'll be honest, this one, for me, is the hardest to comprehend. Yeah. What else? So it describes the north and the south fight, and then there will be one king who will be afraid of this holy covenant, which is of the Lord, and will attempt everything in his power to, stay away and groove away from that. Will turn good into bad and bad into good. And, more stuff like that will happen, and then his time will come, and he will be overthrown. So that sounds like the doer of evil, the spawn of Satan himself, the Antichrist. So that's as good of description as I am given. Oh, Metro. How's it going? I just realized two people no longer appear in Adam's streams anymore. There's Miss Molina and Rodolfo Clarin. Yeah, I haven't seen them in a while. What else? Oh, yeah. And I haven't seen Willie Snyder in seemingly forever. Yeah. But chapter 11, although it's not the easiest to understand, at least to me, just know that it's another way of, saying the Antichrist is coming. The Antichrist will come. You better be careful. I don't think I've ever seen either of those two. Last time I remember seeing Willie was over a year ago. Yep, he's probably busy at an airport in Denver, Colorado, if I had to guess. Maybe at a different airport, but yeah, he was working in an airport, and So, without further ado, let's get the last chapter of the bunch. Chapter 12, The Time of the End.
Now at that time Michael, the great prince who stands guard over the sons of your people, will arise. And there will be a time of distress such as never occurred since there was a nation until that time, and at that time your people, everyone who is found written in the book, will be rescued. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the ground will awake, these to everlasting life, but the others to disgrace and everlasting contempt. And those who have insight will shine like the glow of the expanse of heaven, and those who lead the many to righteousness, like the stars forever and ever. But as for you, Daniel, keep these words secret and seal up the book until the end of time. Many will roam about, and knowledge will increase. Then I, Daniel, looked, and behold, two others were standing, one on this bank of the stream and the other on that bank of the stream. And someone said to the man dressed in linen, who was above the waters of the stream, how long will it be until the end of these wonders? And I heard the man dressed in linen, who was above the waters of the stream, as he raised his right hand and his left toward heaven, and swore by him who lives forever that it would be for a time, times, and half a time, and as soon as they finish smashing the power of the holy people, all these events will be completed. But as for me, I heard but did not understand, so I said, My Lord, what will be the outcome of these events? 9 And he said, Go your way, Daniel, for these words will be kept secret and sealed up until the end time. Many will be purged, cleansed, and refined, but the wicked will act wickedly, and none of the wicked will understand, but those who have insight will understand. And from the time that the regular sacrifice is abolished and the abomination of desolation is set up, there will be 1,290 days. Blessed is the one who is patient and attains to the 1,335 days. But as for you, go your way to the end, then you will rest and rise for your allotted portion at the end of the age. The word of the Lord.
And behold, chapter 12. So, chapter 12 is, well, Michael will rise up to destroy the devil, along with Jesus. And then Daniel and another person is wondering, how long until all this ends? And then it's like, God says, it's better not to know. But when it happens, many people will be cleaned up and filtered out. But the wicked will continue wickeding or whatever. And those who make it to the end will be rewarded. And but as for time, exact time, nobody knows. The world will never know. Just like the Tootsie Roll in the center of the Tootsie Pop, how many licks? Nobody will know. Regular sacrifices abolished and the abomination of desolations. As for the 1,290 days, the time from the regular sacrifice abolished and abomination of desolation, I guess that means whenever the end times are there, that's when evil is considered unlawful. Or, I mean, evil is considered good, and good is considered evil and unlawful. One from there until the whatever the end time prophecy says about the mark of the beast, the mark of the beast will, it could be a tattoo on your head with the number 666, or it could be a microchip, something implanted that you cannot remove. Whatever it is, there will be 1,290 days. So if we perform the math, that is 3.5 years. Oh, and so that would be the time period. I'm looking it up on Google and it says the time period reserved for God's people to leave the cities, which will be national law for Sunday. Uh, so that will be 1,290. And then it says, and at the end of the 1,335 days, the voice of God will announce the day and hour of Christ's second coming. So that would be 4 years? Hold on. 3.66 years. Okay. So from one point to another, it's the 1,290 days are to, run away. And then 1,335 days are from that point on to be warned of Christ's second coming, I guess. So, half one of the book of Daniel is Daniel revealing visions to the kings of Babylon, and half two is, Daniel himself being revealed to visions that the Lord's given him about the end times. All right. So that's what's going on. And so that is what is written. I'm not going to lie, my interpretations of things are probably way off in some sort of regard, but I hope y'all had a great understanding on what's happening. But yeah, that's what's happened, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then, you know, we can chat if you like. But yeah, that's the book of Daniel. I'll be right back.
Now,
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Um, I'm not gonna lie. Uh, you know, I know I did an entire book worth 12 chapters, but boy, that was just summaries itself left my mouth dry. But nevertheless, I'm glad that we've gotten that all taken care of. All right, so, you know, all right, now we can get into some news and stuff in action. So, um, I don't want to go too late though. Um, I try to best to interpret the best I can. Yeah. Um, I just hope that whoever's reading may have the understanding that the Lord wants you to have concerning all these various texts and such. Yeah. Okay. Um. Oh, this is going to be some news. So, look at this post right here. I'm going to show you. I can stay here as long until you want to call it. All right. Um, I want to share with you some news. Here's a nice verse to end the day with. Post from For God hath not appointed us to wrath, but to obtain salvation by our Lord Jesus Christ, who died for us, that whether we wake or sleep, we should live together with him. 1 Thessalonians 5, 9, and 10. KJV. All right. First, so I'm going to copy that and pin it. Uh-oh. I think it's too long. It's okay. I can make it uh short enough. What was the news you wanted to share? Oh yeah. Sorry. There's the verse to end the day. So look at this post from ESPN. This is the reason that I wanted to, stay up here. Just to show with you this. The NHL is looking to start the expansion process in Texas with Austin and Houston as potential targets. Sources told Emily M. Kaplan and Pat McAfee show on Tuesday. So, Emily Kaplan, who Adam calls Emily Coffin, and Pat McAfee were told that the NHL was exploring expansion opportunities within Texas, with Houston, which I've heard since is the number one target, and Austin as the number two. But yeah, I'm going to look at this article, just going to glance over it. The agreed investment for the Friedkin family is $3.5 billion. Bettman with an agreement with the Friedkin family. He's from San Diego, California. Okay. Where does he live? Does he live in Texas? He's an avid outdoorsman and dedicated conservationist, both active in Texas and internationally. Where does Dan Friedkin live? He lives in Houston, Texas. So Dan Friedkin, the Friedkin family, is whom Gary Bettman was talking to. Not Tillman Fertitta. Oh, Big Al, how's it going? God bless and welcome in. Gary Bettman is Big Al. We got some news. The NHL is exploring a expansion opportunity for Houston. There and Austin also. So Gary Bettman, Houston, South Texas, is a major market nationally, one of the biggest markets in the United States, apart from New York, LA. Houston, you could argue, could be number 3 in terms of market. I mean, they got the Texans, which they're modestly relevant for the large market that Houston is. And you've got the Astros, who were on a championship run not too long ago, and now they've backed off, but still. For some reason, the Houston market doesn't seem quite as big as it actually is. It didn't get quite as much national coverage as, or maybe that's just me. But yeah, Houston. Houston would not interfere with territorial rights. I guess they'll think it's good for hockey in Texas. But yeah, sorry, let's get to the chat. Bettman will find a way to bring the NHL back to Phoenix. Yep, Arizona Coyotes. They were originally the Winnipeg Jets. They moved to Arizona. They were the Phoenix Coyotes, and then it became the Arizona Coyotes, and now they were deactivated, and the team members were sold to the Utah Mammoth. Houston is that city who desperately needs heaven, and um they're that team or that city. They're the biggest city without a hockey team. There's no way to put it. Okay, Houston, the city itself, has its issues and stuff, but if they can bring Toyota Center to working conditions, if they're not already there, then they could definitely host an NHL team. They got more than enough. I'm really hoping he will also bring the NHL back to Houston as well. Houston, without a doubt, has hockey fans and would be more than thrilled to see another NHL team here. Yeah. Give us a
How you feel?
good.
Good?
Yeah.
No more.
No.
Okay.
No. No.
Lies.
No. No.
Everything.
Yeah. Everything's sweet. Six. Sorry. Houston needs an NHL team. If they share the Toyota Center with the Rockets, that'll be lit. I'm all for that. It's crazy. Number seven TV market in the country. Houston is number seven because of how large the metro area is and how many sports we have here. And as said before, sports going to be always a boom for TV. Oh yeah, I know you're you were gonna love this, and I really hope you know uh, if somebody were to prophesy to me, you're gonna be the person who brings hockey to South Texas. Sign me up for that. Now, of course, not the NHL, but in terms of like high school hockey or, even college hockey, like University of Houston, for example, or Texas A&M or UT and all those countries. Sign me up for that. I love hockey. It was my first ever sport in the whole wide world, and I'd be down for that challenge. I don't know what God's calling for me is, whether it be, to be an electrical engineer or to be a hockey pioneer down in the southern part of Texas, which, there's a girl named Kylie who was in class with me. I'm like, we need to bring, I said something to the effect of, we need to bring uh, I wish there was some high school hockey or something, UIL hockey or something like that. And she's like, we're in Texas. I like, okay. Um, oh well. Sports will always be huge revenue generators and outperform. Yeah, RSN is literally capable of studying, but commercially broadcast RSN could do potentially well. The only thing that could stop it theoretically could be the um uh broadcast, could be the costs. Maybe it's more expensive to bring it on broadcast TV instead of cable TV. RSN on and how feasible is it? Why aren't RSNs making the move onto antenna? Because the free broadcast model cannot generate enough revenue to cover the massive multi-million dollar rights fees they own to professional sports teams. All right. This is why I said Fox needs to flip my network TV into a new broadcast network called Fox Sports Local, similar to Fox Weather Local, and each city could have a FSL affiliate covering local teams. That'll take a pioneer to do that. And I really hope that we get that. I've been watching the new Braves Vision channel. Their production is really good. I love their score bug. Very glossy score bug. Available on 645 and Xfinity 1254. All right, in terms of having it on broadcast network, I'll give that in a moment. CW shifting focus sports, not a sports network, and they know it's because sports are low hanging fruit with huge revenues. Yep. That's why FanDuel's closing now. Yeah. FanDuel, I'm sorry, but apart from the play by play personalities, you could say in many cases, but their production has not been up to par with like Fox Sports and stuff. In Detroit, they launched DSN Tigers Red Wings games, which is like the Chicago Sports Network. If Fox, they would probably hold extensive World Cup coverage and programming related to it. Yeah, FIFA is expensive, so I wouldn't so yeah, it would be more coverage, like pre-game, post-game, and more analysis. But yeah, yes, you're right. So I asked Google. I use this called AI mode. I asked why aren't they making the move on to antenna, and this is the answer it gave me. Outdated financial system. Interesting. Subsidized uh, cable bundle. Carriage fee. So this is another part of it, subsidized cable one, the hidden fee from RSNs. And this is another one. Advertising cannot pay the bills. Free over they rely on standard commercial advertising. Local commercial sports do not generate anywhere near enough cash to match the billions of dollars in multi-year contracts that RSNs legally own to sports franchises. Scheduling and airtime constraints, RSN, prime time schedules and stuff. What's happening? Uh, no, like RSNs becoming their own channel, or sorry, I meant like channel on antenna. Let me close this. Physically impossible to broadcast 24/7 high definition sports networks over public airwaves. Oh. A free locals TV station legally restricted to a very narrow singular block of wireless frequency. breaks down to critical, physical, legal, and financial theories. Digital bandwidth pipe is too narrow. And then there's this. Y'all can pause wherever y'all like. As blah 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 da 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 da. I mean, they could air replays. They could air replays to to fill in empty. Well, sorry. Let me get back to the comments. Pistons will be on TV 20 Detroit starting this fall. MLB is getting the RSM business despite not doing very well. Warner Brothers Discovery got rid. Okay. But the answer from Google is rather accurate. Since free over the air TV, while pop does not bring in revenue, yeah, that's why. I don't even know why My Network TV still exists. Dubby ground for syndicated programming. They don't want to rib. Arsons are not the cash cow they were even 10 years ago. Yeah, sadly. That's probably due to the fact that so many people are cord cutting these days. Why Comcast exited the linear network business earlier this year. Yeah. I'm going to bring you I'm going to share with you on Discord, I'm going to share with you the answers that it gave me. So feel free to mess with those if y'all like. I'll send it to you, Big Al, via Discord, and we'll look into that. And yeah, so oh man, I'm thirsty. Thursday. All right. Wow. From yesterday to today, the difference is night and day. I feel so much more alive than before. Fox 10 here in Phoenix dumps some programming onto Fox 10 Extra, which stands for. I know that when breaking news happens in Houston while they will move the game to KTXH so they can air the news on Grid. Yeah. Well, typed it in on Google and it said that the programming on my network TV stations is usually low cost. So while it may not be, you know, currently relevant 20 cents, it's low cost and more secure. It's safer. They play it safe. There was a sports betting station in Charlotte that shut down last week. Uh-oh. In other news, folks, I was looking on Google Maps just to be curious. And I'll pull this up here. I was looking up Orthodox churches near me. And of course, here's some in Corpus. This one is in, I don't know what place this is. St. Mary Moses. Whatever that is. Mathis, I guess. And then I was looking at Orthodox churches and I see one in Victoria. All Saints Orthodox Mission. So what it looks like inside, I'll show you. Now, what does it look like outside? Can we look at it? That's what it looks like. Oh, looks relatively small. Kind of like and I'll zoom it in for you. Kind of like the lighthouse in Port Lavaca. It doesn't look bad. It looks small, but it doesn't look bad. Oh, there's the water tower in Victoria. Now, what does it look like inside? That's what I want to know. Come on. Combine, defense, desperation. Alright, so this is what it looks like inside. I've never been to an Orthodox church before, so but now I'm curious about what it looks like. But yeah, that's what it is. Those are just some photos. I'll be scrolling fastly. That's what it looks like. Sorry. And then, you know, and some of the forms of worship. Um, I'll be scrolling by quickly. But just something I wanted to share with you. Based on what I've heard, Catholics and Orthodox are like brothers. Oh, and there's the font. They're baptizing a baby right there. All right. I've never seen a sports betting station before. Is Fox 10 Extra Diginet subchannel Fox 10? Oh, I forgot to mention it was a radio station. I don't think so, even though Fox owns both stations. The church has a very serene feel to it. Yeah, um, I don't know a lot about it, other than, it has a very rustic and antique feel, and, you know, very ornate details. Oh, and in the process, I did find on here a temple called Temple B'nai Israel, which is a synagogue. Mm. Oh, I also found a mosque in Victoria, Islamic Center of Victoria, or Victoria Islamic Center. Um, yeah, you won't see it on screen, but I'm just looking in the background, just just curious, and I'll get back to that. And that's what pretty much Fox does in markets. There's like Fox and Interest probably focus syndicated programming similar to what Group does with KTXH. Yeah. Yeah, well, um, so apparently these sports teams, their organizations demand copious amounts of money that will be very costly to even consider bringing it over the air fully, which slams the door shut on many people's quest to find them on the air, to have them on the air. So So yeah, just some thoughts. So going back to the expansion proposition, the cost is approximately 3.5 billion. Now, I showed the old Houston Aeros logo from the AHL, I believe. I think they were the AHL. Well, they played in WHA first and then IHL and AHL up until 2013. So, um, the church, sorry. Since over the air is free, the revenues mainly from advertising. Yeah. I'm curious whether CBS Sports Network is a revenue generator for Paramount or if its future is at stake. Probably because they charge that fee, they will probably be able to hold that in. And I think CBS Sports Network will be similar to NBCSN, where they dumped much of the NHL that was not available via NBC over the air. I think CBS will dump onto CBS Sports Network the NHL that is not part of their nationally broadcast, over the air lineup. At least that's what's going to happen, or at least that's what I think will happen. And I mean, ABC, any NHL games not broadcast on ABC are broadcast on ESPN, the cable channel. So that's why I think CBS Sports Network is going to be retained. On top of that, there's CBS Sports HQ and CBS Sports Golazo. Golazo is Spanish for what a goal, or something like that. Great goal, something. There's not a word in English that captures the full meaning of the word golazo. So, I think we talked about this long ago, Christian, about the Houston Aeros logo. So I talked with my friend Will from Chi Alpha, and well, we look. He was talking about there's a team in the AHL that had like a plane like this. I forgot what it was called. A Douglas B-23 Dragon, it was called. And then he thought it was the San Antonio Rampage. And then I showed him the Rampage logo. Or, sorry, he said it was a bomber, but it was a bull instead. It had a similar logo, or horn to the stars. This was bought by the Vegas Golden Knights. He was thinking about the arrows, but I showed him the logo of the arrows, and here's what the logo looks like. It's got the text there, it's got the puck, it's got the plane with a drawing right there. Well, guess what? He told me that's what the plane here looks like. Um, let me see. Um, logo. Uh, bomber. Um, oh, great. I thought I had the image here, but apparently I lost it. But if I remember correctly, he said that it was drawn this way because, see the eyes and the mouth. I said it looked ugly at the beginning, but then I think he told me that that's what it looked like at first, or something. I can't remember. The CBS NFL's graphics are the best, especially their final scorebook. CBS Sports Radio is now Westwood One Sports. Yeah, it makes sense. Kevin Harlan, he broadcasts the Super Bowl there. Westwood won a division of Cumulus. Yeah. Oh. Uh, currently with a uh with eyes and a mouth. Currently? What? Hold on. I remember Will telling me that it had that type of drawing. Hey, oh crack. Yeah, let's not show that. I don't know what it was, but I'm scared that would get me dinged. I'll be Meanwhile, here on the local front, 1580 New Fanatic is still silent. So I'm going to stage against all what logistics are involved. Back in 2009, is there anything we can do with this? Bomber. Uh, so let's go to April 6th. Mhm. So I'm going to go all the way down to April 6th. A 406. Hold on. 0406 2026. 0406 226. 0406. Mm, okay. Jamie. Na, 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 na. Dang. Sick. Why does the Houston Arrows logo have a bomber with eyes and a mouth? Oh, nose art. That's what it's called. Okay. Sorry, folks. So, back in World War II, this was the kind of paint job that they did. So this would be an example. Let's scooch that out of the way, because, but, that's how they painted at one point. There's the eye, there's the mouth. It looks ugly, but I can't believe that they painted it like that. So it's resembling nose art. Okay, that explains it. I knew there was a story behind this. I just didn't have a clue what it was, but there it is. Yeah, nose art. It resembles nose art. Yeah. Phew. That's why it's drawn that way. Mm. That is the origin of the Houston Aeros logo. Yeah. So the bomber, without a question. Then we'll call this the nose art logo. When a radio station will let go most or all of their on-air talent. The nose of the Aeros logo, it's like an oblong basketball. Wow. Yeah, it is. It does. I mean, crazy. So I had said before, this this crude drawing had no business, or something along those lines. It had no business of being here. And this looked more elegant and stuff. Sure, more generic, but more better results. But this one actually has truth to it. I'm not gonna lie, nose art's not my thing, but I could understand it. Nevertheless, I try to invent a new type of bomber. If the Houston Aeros is the team we'd go to. Which, by the way, folks, if y'all were to vote on any team, any team name in Houston, um, for this, new Houston franchise, what would you call the Houston NHL team? Would it be like the Arrows? Uh, well, let's looking at some of the history. Um, there's Collegiate, there are the Arrows, and then no other hockey teams. The Houston Apollos from the Central Hockey League, the Houston Blast from the Gulf Coast Hockey League, along with USHL Houston Skippers and Huskies, Apollos, Arrows, of course, and Houston Blast as well. So, Skippers, Huskies, Apollos, Arrows, and Blast are 5 previously used names. Which name would y'all go with out of those 5 names, or any new name you would try to choose. It could be either or, you know. It doesn't have to be something previously used. It could be completely new. For me, if it wasn't the Arrows, I'd say something like the Houston Shuttlers, because the space shuttle, something related to the Houston Space City moniker. Kurt, I like the blue logo from 2002, 2003. Currently in Radio Insight, looking at the Houston ratings for me, and Sunny 99.1 is still at the top. Sunny 91 or 99.1, of course, and not sure where the spot would be. The rights to the Arrows name might be owned by the owners of the Isle of the Wild, so I don't think the Arrows name can come back unless a deal to buy the rights to the name is made. True. So it'd be something entirely new, I guess. Yep. April says, sure, Magic, second, and Eagles third. For the Eagle, KHPT or KGLK sale. Okay. So I guess the Houston Arrows is out, and so in this case, I would just say go with the shuttlers. The shuttlers. You know, the people who go to the space shuttle. Ideas for new Houston NHL team. Oh, Gordie Howe also played for the Arrows and won 2 WHA championships. Voyagers, Orbit, Eclipse, Comets, Stallions. Not the Hurricanes, because that is already taken. While Dallas embraces more of the Texas identity, Houston, it has the Astros, it's got the Rockets, and then, the Houston Texans, which I know it's that creative, but, the new team could be called the Houston Astronauts, maybe. Remember, Houston is Space City. Or will the Astros say it's too close in name, but could spark a beef between the two? Maybe. Probably, yeah. If there wasn't already the Hurricanes, it would be a great name for a Houston team. Yeah. Well, the Hurricanes won the Stanley Cup, remember, folks. So, yeah, definitely not the Hurricanes. You could say astronauts. I like that idea. Um, I will bring up that at one point there was two St. Louis Cardinals teams. The baseball team we all know and love, and the Arizona Cardinals once played in St. Louis. I'm not even joking. They did play in St. Louis. How did the St. Louis Cardinals NFL and MLB without copyright issues? I know it's crazy, but the St. Louis Cardinals were once an NFL and MLB team separately. So you could say astronauts, but will the Astros defend that? Or I don't know. We'll have to take a look at that. And if it becomes available for voting, and that's one of the options, that would be another option. If not, I chose something that was safe and ties into the Space City history, and I went with the Shuttlers because that's all I could think of. But of course, you can also have something like Cosmos, which has been tossed there. I want Houston to be successful in hockey. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Um, as soon as I saw that, I was like, no way. Is this for real? And yeah, it's for real. What do you think, ESPN? Well, oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Jeeps. Yeah. Or I could just fold and just be like, the Houston Gypsies. um, so Cox fixed that by flipping Sister Station. As far as hip hop, 93-7 defeat. 95-7. Oh, the spy. They listed KGLK, although KHBT is made some. Um, Houston has been, you know, out of all the cities with big sports markets, Houston has been the biggest that has not had a taste of NHL hockey. So, I want to make it my mission, to go to the first ever um, NHL in Houston game. And who knows, maybe they'll have Winter Classic at Minute Maid or Rice Stadium or something. U of H Stadium or TDECU Stadium. Ideally, for the NHL Winter Classic, you want a place that is, more, um, what's the word? Which is open roof. Although you could probably go indoors, of course, but it is more open, uh, you know. I honestly have trouble thinking of a name for the new NHL team. So many of the good ones are taken already. Well, as long as it's not used in the NHL or in Houston already, it's available. Unless it's the Arrows, which is already taken. Well, not because they were using it, but because copyright. Yes, KGLK covers the southern half of the Houston market with coverage. He figured, yeah, well, being as a Gulf Coast of a place as it is, they're not exactly, you know, Texas is known for football, of course. Hockey, well, the Houston Heat Waves. Ooh, that's a good one. Or it could be the Houston Waves or Cyclones. Houston. Oh, keep in mind the Washington Commanders, when they took on the Commanders name, they bought the name from a team in San Antonio called the Commanders, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised that ESPN 97.5 did not even register in ladies. All these. How's 95.7 the spot doing? I know sometimes Christian would bring that up. Um, I knew about 99.1, Sunny 99.1, but 95.7 the spot. Well, I like the Cyclones name. Yeah. Cyclones is the closest to hurricanes we'll get. For all I know, the Hurricanes could relocate to Houston and become the Houston Raising Canes. Or actually, no, that would be more in New Orleans because Raising Canes is from Louisiana. They're from Baton Rouge. Spot has a 5 rating exactly. Seventh with a 5.0, so they're doing a. Okay. Yeah. I remember the Spot was one of the stations that he talked about, so I decided, hey, let's check up on the Spot. Looks like Urban One is the biggest winner as most of their stations are on their top. They're just below 94.5 the Buzz, which sits at 5.1. The bzz. I wanted to make it a tradition that, whenever there's a goal scored, we get the on there on the video boards around Toyota Center, on the scoreboard within Toyota Center. And another thing, another tradition I want to introduce is, don't mind me, he said, I wanted to make it a mission that whenever a team, uh, whenever something happens, you know how Detroit, they have octopi, octopuses. Um, Nashville Predators, they have catfish, and the Florida Panthers have rats, and the Vegas Golden Knights have what's it called? I forgot. Flamingos. They throw those things on the ice after something happens. And I wanted to make it this mission. So when the Houston NHL team scores or wins or whatever milestone it is, that they throw on the ice a bunch of meeps. This is Meep right here. He's from Phineas and Ferb. I want Meep to be, the new tradition for Houston NHL team. Both the and Meep. Yeah. Sorry. More 106 plus. For some reason that made me kind of crack up inside. That sounded like a pretty funny name. I don't know why. That made me have an internal laugh. Oh, baby. Yeah. Throwing me, yes, you're ready for the day when Houston gets an NHL team. Here's the thing, though. I want there to be multiple meeps, not just one meep, because, this is the only meep I have, and if I lose it, well, I probably will never get it back. So, part of me is troubled if I sacrifice meep and tradition doesn't start, then I'll lose it all for nothing. But, I want to I do want to start it though. I want this to be a very good tradition. Another station that does well this season is KSBJ, the Christian music station, with hits like Desperate, Left It in the River, We Are Messengers, God Be the Glory, God Did It, um, Worthy of It All, um, you name it. There's, but now they're one of the top ones. That's a testament to, God moving many souls. And if you look up the ratings on Radio Insight, 3 of the city's top 5 stations are owned by Urban One. Sorry, Christian radio leader. They do beat out the closest competitor, which is probably not well known, KLVH. Yeah, right. What a wild day in the NHL, indeed. I was looking at some stuff here. iHeart, yeah, they're gone. Back to their channel, Big Stronghold. iHeart has gone with, streaming, it seems like. So KSBJ currently fourth with a 5.6. That is excellent. When that happened, Country Legends format moved to the 929 HD2 and still there. Guys, if y'all need a guy for the radio world, Big Al is your man. Ooh, Cristiano Ronaldo was in Houston playing for the second time. He was playing in Houston for the first game and the second game, I believe. Houston NHL. A post on Stars Countdown says sources are telling me the name of the Houston NHL team will be the Houston Humidity because that's the only thing on your mind when you're outside. Uh, Houston, always considered first by NHL over Austin, will remain the case. Huh? No way! Look at this. The Move the Edmonton Oilers to Houston, rebrand as the Houston Oilers. Profit. Wow. That would be diabolical bypass. Oh my goodness. The only thing that stopped them is the Tennessee Titans, which I just realized they're not going to let the legacy of the Houston Oilers go to waste into the NHL. So it's going to take 6 months. Houston, from the various research that I have done on X, is above Austin as the top priority in terms of the Texas cities. Wow, I'm a little bit surprised that San Antonio wasn't even thrown into the mix at all. Some people say Quebec was to be considered or should have been considered, but it isn't. Imagine if the Vancouver Canucks somehow relocate to Houston, being the with their failure of that they've had to digest for a while. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Metro. I didn't see your comment. Um, can you copy Penguin Zero with the way he talks? Hello, folks. So I just saw some NHL news, and it looks like the National Hockey League is going to consider an expansion team to Houston, Texas. Yes, the sixth or seventh, and the sixth or seventh sports market in uh the U.S. It doesn't even have an NHL team, and only now, 2026, the year of our Lord, are they considering to bring a National Hockey League team. I hope I did its justice, Metro. If there were no caps on radio station Clear Channel, the close to 13, move the Oilers to Houston. Guess what? I'm on board with that. I say I'll do that. That being said, KSBJ is dominating EMF in Houston. I tell you, if that happened in the Edmonton Oilers, LOL, I feel like you could be a Penguin Zero variant. Yeah, probably. Especially when I'm running out of sleep juice. Yeah, I could be like that. In fact, I probably talked like that in the past. Only since then I've tried to modulate my voice so that it doesn't sound as, you know, monotone. But it ends up sounding monotone, though. Yeah. Let's try. I tell you, if that happened and the Edmonton Oilers moved to Houston and become the Houston Oilers, it would be the most epic thing to ever happen. I'm surprised that San Antonio wasn't considered either. I don't think EMF stations are widely known, especially since both of their signals they own on a weaker spectrum. I can't really imagine an NHL team moving from Canada to Houston. Yeah, me neither. But, San Antonio should get an NFL team, if anything. Yeah. Most wanted. One last score. 6 years, 6 movies. How in the world does San Antonio not have an NFL team after all these years? It just doesn't make sense. Austin doesn't have an NFL team either. That's why I'm saying San Antonio did an awesome job hosting the Saints in 2005. Doesn't like Jerry Jones have some sort of monopoly or something that prevents uh, people getting teams in cities in Texas or something? For all intents and purposes, why not, you know, go to 64 teams if to complete the square? Although I will say the chaos in the playoffs is going to be very uh, hectic, I will say. Oh, the Hispanic variant of Moist Critical. Oh, you think so? Yes. Moist Critical. I was watching, uh, you know, a video of somebody who's like, "You're the female version of Penguin Zero," and he's like, "People don't tell me. They used to tell me that I looked a lot like Moist Critical in girl form." You know, Moist meets the Gypsy. Most Wanted. Moist meets Gypsy. That would be however many years that would take. That's what I'm saying. Tellman Fertitta should invest in Houston's new NHL team and go over to San Antonio and invest in the starting a new NHL team. Jerry Jones is just being bougie about it. The NBA has 3 teams. I don't see a reason why the NFL shouldn't have 3 teams. Well, probably wants dominance, monopoly stuff in the market. Um, I do think that San Antonio is NFL worthy, though. Um, well, going back um to the news, Gary Bettman talked directly to the Friedkin family, led by billionaire Dan Friedkin. I think that's his name. Friedkin. Now, maybe Tillman Fertitta will give a hand as well, whether it be as a minority owner or as some sort of capacity of owner or something. But you know, Most Wanted One Last Score is the 6th installment and the culmination of the Most Wanted series that started in 2020. My enemy is in Plano, Texas, but sorry, I'm just reading comments off of X. So, Austin, which already is the California of Texas, Austin considered before San Antonio? What? If anything, San Antonio should get another team, another professional team. Uh, NBA, well, they got one of the most successful teams in the history of the NBA, as far as I can tell, the Spurs. NFL, well, they hosted the Saints before. Um, and MLB, well, maybe that becomes feasible. I haven't gotten much into the MLB, but you know, I'm not sure what to say about that. And then, of course, NHL. Not even a second thought. or first thought. Sorry. Tillman Fertitta has been known to invest in other endeavors outside of what he owns. He could partner with Friedkin as a silent investor and bring the NHL back to Houston, and the fact that he's part of owner of Space City Home Network via his stake in the Rockets, that could also be a plus for NHL Houston as well. Yeah, and Space City Houston Home Network would be very much likely the official channel for this new NHL team in Houston. Meanwhile, the Bears' new stadium may be built in Hammond, Indiana, and not Arlington Heights, Illinois. It's not not may be built, but rather it will be built in Indiana, as far as I could tell, because Arlington Heights, Illinois, has not advanced at all, and Illinois has been an absolute hell for Chicago. So they're going to go to greener pastures in Hammond, Indiana, where the fees are more favorable to them. In an effort to secure his family's future, Team SOS plan to achieve one final heist to disappear forever without oversight from the law and their enemies. There's also the fact that these games are carried by TNT, soon to be CBS, as you pointed out, and ABC, ESPN. Yeah. Bro, if CBS ducks on the NHL rights, if they avoid the NHL, I'm gonna be sad internally. So don't disappoint me, CBS. Don't disappoint me. Go for your. See, you want to return for the final installment? Sure. And I'll be back with some crew members on our side. Big Al and Christian on our side. So that we can, we can finish up this gypsification of the mission. Whatever it may be. And our next mission and most wanted should be, popularizing hockey in the state of South Texas. Okay, it probably went way over the top, but, I just wanted to be a little bit creative. It was either most wanted one last score or wanted no more for title. You know what? One last score. I like that. In fact, CBS could end up replacing ABC as a broadcast partner pretty soon, being that CBS and TNT will both be under the same ownership. Yeah. For the longest time, let's see, back in the 90s, ESPN had the rights and Fox up until 1999, I believe. The over-the-air rights. And then from 1999 to 2004, when the NHL lockout, before the NHL lockout, that's when ESPN and ABC had the sole rights. And then from 2006 when they started, to 2021, NBC and NBCSN, its sister channel on cable, had the sole rights. And then ABC, ESPN, and TNT Sports split down the middle with each other. So, could it be possible that it returned to one singular channel for the NHL? Possible. And the Bears bought the entire Arlington racetrack back in 2022. Over 300 acres of land. Maybe they'll sell it back if, because I believe Hammond, Indiana is on its way there. Oh, I find the exact phrase "nomicoma" sounding funny. Oh, that's why you like it. Okay. Gotcha. It's not the translation really meaning, it's just saying "nomikomas." Oh, just like me when I say gypsy or desperate. Oh, I need heaven, and I'm. Those are examples. Yeah, I got you. Most wanted nomikomas. I just saw that. Also, Dallas Mavericks stars may be leaving. Oh, no, they will leave the American Airlines Center really soon. They'll leave after their lease expires. That's when they're leaving. Was the Arlington the racetrack abandoned? Who owned it before the Bears bought it? The Mavericks are looking to buy the land of the former Valley View Mall in North Dallas. Yeah, Christian and I saw that. I showed that to Christian. Mavs and Stars both couldn't be amicable or diplomatic about the beef they had with each other. Their spat is the reason why they both plumped to leave American Airlines Center. Yeah, and American Airlines Center has business that are, done with AAC. So Dallas Stars are moving to Plano and Valley View Mall, which technically is in Dallas, not downtown Dallas, but still Dallas. Kind of like NRG Stadium in a way, you could say. That would be the Mavericks. Arlington Racetrack actually closed down. American Airlines Center uh, is going to be another abandoned stadium. One stadium's named vacant to vary what stadium they once called them. This usually means the end of the stadium altogether. Yeah, it's going to be like Reunion Arena, which they demolished. Who owned the Arlington Racetrack after it closed? Um, Probably the city. Yeah, when you say Gypsy feels therapeutic, right? It's same way for Nomikomas. Yeah, yeah. Like for example, after I found out about Jamie McDonald, the artist, I find myself saying desperate, oh I need heaven, and I'm or just the word desperate, for example. That's how I was when I first knew Gypsy. How's job hunting so far? Well, to technically yesterday because it's 12:07 a.m. Congratulations, we made it to the 24th. I applied for IBC Bank, like a universal teller one. Um, I'll have to revise my resume again and see what it looks like. That IBC Bank thing, or teller opening was posted the day before. So, you know, once I saw it, I decided, you know what, I'm going to pounce on it. Even if I'm not successful, I'm just going to seek. Can you make that splash page for sheesh? Except it's, um, oh no. Oh, do you know? um, I don't know. Oh, I mean, if you want to download it, I could make it for you. Um, I'm not going to be proud of myself for doing that, but I I could make it for you if you really wanted it. Although I will say I don't have a subscription to VideoVolt yet, so man, it's not going to be as high of quality. Um, Maybe I do a subscription to VideoVolt. Who knows? We'll see. But I could. If you really want me to do it, I could try. I wish the former West Oaks Mall in Houston could be redeveloped like that. It's shuttered only drug addicts so hang around outside of it. If they built a sports venue that would revitalize, I just looked it up. Churchill Downs sold the Arlington racetrack prop. Bears February 23 for 197.2 million. Yeah. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, West Oaks Mall. About that, one day my dad was going to the appraisal district to protest price for the market on our house, and that they were arguing about improvements. So apparently improvements actually drive up the market value of your property. So if they were to, you know, hash West Oaks Mall and redevelop it, it would probably it'll very likely raise up taxes there. That's what's stopping them from redeveloping this project. Sorry. Without the A? Oh, you want me to do it without the A or with the A? I can't wait to see the new Highmark Stadium this fall. Yeah, me neither. It'll be open air like the old Highmark Stadium, but there will be roof covering parts of the stadium. Yeah. Um, they probably won't, but they should. They should host a Super Bowl right there. By the way, if you can't find it in the rural area, you may have to commute to the big city. Some of my clients, they have to drive 2 hours to work. Oh wow. Um. Okay. 2 hours? Am I really up for that task? I don't know. I don't know if I want to take that risk, or, take up that responsibility. 2 hours. Like, let's say you're working for retail, I don't know how much a salary would be in a big city for a job in Walmart, for example, compared to Walmart in a rural uh, environment. Would it be the same, or would it be higher, let's say in Houston, than in Port Lavaca, a rural place? That would be the one thing. Because it would have to be able to offset uh, gas, like fuel. It would need to offset fuel costs as well. So that's the one detail. The new Nissan Stadium in Nashville looks like it'll be enclosed. Yeah. All stadiums nowadays are domed or indoors. NRG Stadium officially reverts back to Reliance Stadium upon the conclusion of the World Cup. Right now it's Houston. Yeah. Houston, rock, paper, scissors. Uh, he goes newspaper. Uh, Same thing with AT&T Stadium. Apparently, well, FIFA has a rights deal that they have to protect because they don't want non-sponsors to claim money. FIFA wants only the ones who sponsor the FIFA World Cup to gain the money. Drive 2 hours, meaning they live 2 hours away from their workplace. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's say let's say I lived in, I don't know, what's a good place? Let's say I lived in, uh I'm gonna look up a place here in Winnipeg. I'm just gonna name a random place. Uh Winnipeg. Um Directions. What is a good place? Let's say I lived in Brandon. I don't know if there's a Walmart there or not, but let's say there's a Walmart there. Then compare it to Winnipeg. There's a Walmart in Winnipeg, let's say that. Would it be the same salary if I went to Brandon to work at Walmart than to work in Winnipeg? Or would the salary be higher? I'm just curious. FIFA doesn't allow stadiums, brand names, brands that are FIFA sponsors, so the owners have to cover up. Sorry, folks, I'm just trying to catch up with the chat. One stadium I'm looking for, old RFK Stadium site, Commander Stadium. Yeah, apparently the president wants to go back to the Redskins. Trump wants the Commanders to be named the Redskins again. That's one of the conditions that he wants to have fulfilled. Once FIFA lives town, the stadiums revert back to names, and then Reliant is back. Okay, you, my paper covered your rock, my scissor cut your paper. Burke. So we got Schrodinger's cat. When it's open, it's closed. The stadiums revert. Okay, yeah. But that's another 5 years away, potentially. Reliant Energy was purchased and Energy Energy Park. Also, Browns broken ground on their new stadium, Brook Park, Ohio. I did not know that. The Browns in a new stadium. I think it's going to be great that the former purpose to another same scene true to its heritage. I agree. My rock hits your scissors. They won't return to Redskins, sadly. I hope they do. Reliant Energy Park still got a continued history. It has when it began several days. It consisted of Astrodome, Astro Hall, Astro Arena, and the Astro World. Yeah. Back when they hosted the 2004 Super Bowl, I forgot what. So Super Bowl 36 was 2002, I believe. 2003 is 37. So was it 37 or 38? 38, I think. Super Bowl 38. When they hosted in Houston, which was February 1st, 2004, it was known as Reliant Stadium. And so it's going to revert back to Reliant Stadium. NRG Stadium had been the name for quite a bit. Now it's returning to its roots. So yeah, when it comes to work, you have to make sacrifices, make amends. For my first job, I always biked to work when I didn't have a car. Oh, so I hope you didn't go like 2 hours on the bike. Otherwise, that would be quite challenging. I hope you didn't. Christian wins. Here's a virtual burger. A virtual Whataburger. Whataburger. The Astro Hall was demolished several years ago and replaced with Reliant Center. The Astro Hall still exists and is still used. And Astro Hall was required by Six Flags together with 2005. Can I have that? Some fries and a Dr. Pepper with that burger? 2004 was 30. Okay. Some people live 1 or 2 hours away from the workplace, so it's in another town in the province. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. My workplace was 30 minutes. Okay, well, I mean 30 minutes. Okay, I could see. A little bit of leg grease or knee grease. You know how to say elbow grease? Well, leg grease. But okay, 30 minutes, that's more bearable. Um, Now, let's say, so I'm assuming by what you're saying, they pay you the same salary no matter if it's like let's say it's Walmart, Brandon, or what else? Uh, Steinbach, or Walmart in either of those places, and Winnipeg, Walmart, or even Swan River, which is even farther. It'll be the same salary no matter what. I guess that's what you're trying to say. Okay, well, in that case, time to buy myself a bike and bike 2 hours to Houston. Or I could just go to Victoria and get a job there, I guess. Or maybe I could work during, my stuff in Kingsville. That's not an issue. I could get uh my first work there. I'm in the same way with Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. It's still Heinz Field. Yeah. I still call it Reliant. Yeah. And Daikin Minute Maid Park. I miss Minute Maid Park. Daikin, it sounds like a hardware company. It doesn't sound as organic. Some people call what was once Minute Maid Park the juice box. They call it the juice box. Minute Maid Park, it has to return local investments instead of foreign investments. It's crazy the Astrodome is still standing. How have they not done anything to it for it being a historical landmark? I get it, taxes, as I've said before, but they're letting the Astrodome die on its own without any work to do with it. My goodness. The Astrodome may be repurposed into a major multi-use venue with shops and restaurants with a concert hall in the future. I did an episode of my podcast discussing back in 2024. Just without that ginormous ketchup bottle. I, they have to bring back the ketchup bottle. Um, that's what made it unique. They have to bring back Hydesville as well. And in terms of the Astrodome, they should probably use that as some sort of winter classic or stadium series thing. I don't know, maybe that's a pipe dream, but I would be in favor. Despite that, our tax dollars pay for the Astrodome and the spend dormant for the disrepair for all years. I don't want to see it get demolished. Legally, it can't due to its status. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I guess if nothing's being done, the Astrodome is probably going to fall apart. Houston, we got a problem. We have a problem, I mean. The Astrodome is collapsing under negligence and lukewarmness. Sorry. Heinz is a major Pittsburgh corporation. It's criminal that they changed the name of the stadium. Exactly. Minute Maid is owned by Coca-Cola. Yep. Minute Maid is from Sugarland, believe it or not, of all places. So it's just like Heinz is, it's criminal that Heinz sold the rights to Acrisure, and same for Minute Maid to Daikin. In Japan, Daikin is an HVAC company, or HVAC. My friend Adam calls it Havoc Company. Minute Maid once had the headquarters in the Houston area, but the suburb of Sugarland, in a suburb of Sugarland. But unfortunately, Coca-Cola decided to consolidate and move Minute Maid back to the home base in Atlanta, sadly, due to cost cutting, which it's probably necessary, but sad. Definitely criminal. The Houston, because, yeah, when will the Astrodome be renovated or whatever. The long-term lease negotiations for the surrounding NRG Park involving the Houston Texans and the Houston Livestock Show rodeo approached their expiration in 2032. My goodness. Harris County leaders say private dollars are needed to renovate Houston as its future remains unclear. My goodness. They have all these ideas, and yet inaction is getting the best of it. Come on, Houston. We need you. Wake up. Sugarland gets its name from Imperial Sugar, which had its main headquarters for many years up until 2003 when they moved to Savannah, Georgia. Yeah. I remember when Astrodome was called the eighth wonder of the world. Yeah. Well, it's part of Houston's heritage, just like San Antonio with the Alamo. What do y'all think of the what's it called? The roof. As we can see, I'll show you here. Hashtag save Astrodome. I mean, I was a few years or a few months ago, I was like, well, if you're not going to restore the Astrodome, then what's the point? If you're going to end up destroying it anyways, just like tell us already. But stop leaving us in a cliffhanger, people, for something that might not even be realistic. This was um, the material for that was that dome was, let me tell you, roof on roof of Astrodome made of clear lucite panel roof. What is that? Oh, that. So it's plastic? I thought it was in like that tarp like material. Wow. Okay, so I was wrong. That's what it's showing me, at least. I mean, I'll take that over whatever the Minnesota Dome had. The Metro Dome, that's what it was called. It had an inflatable roof. I'll take this over that in that case. Wow. So I was completely wrong about that. Um, And Sugarland, the original Imperial Sugar, its huge water tanks in Watertown also stand but abandoned and highly protected by security. After the announcement of Astro Realization to instant disinterest in the project, you don't have any interest in using it like they did. Astro was demolished. The Rays may leave Tampa Bay if the stadium doesn't get built. That's the episode. Yeah. I'll end up going into that probably. The roofs at the old Metrodome and the RCA Dome look the same. Yeah. I watched a clip of that Metrodome when the roof collapsed. There used to be a three-story mall called the Town and Country Mall that has similar canvas style roof. Yeah. The Astrodome. Y'all have y'all have to do something. You can't just leave us on a cliffhanger and be like, oh, we can't destroy it, but we're not going to do anything either. Like, if that's the case, it'd be better for it to be destroyed than for it to, suffer without any renovations and collapse under its own disrepair. Like, I know it's protected, but y'all have to do a better job of maintaining your Astrodome. Because if nothing's going to happen, then like, what's the point of the Astrodome even? If you can't even use it, not even as a functioning tourist place. Right. Okay, maybe the structure. Okay, I could see that. I'm just disappointed that the Astrodome is not able to get to that phase. On top of that, there's only one. Oh, Big Al just became a sponsor member for 13 months. Wow. I have to go back to my membership. I have not done stuff on there for a while. I have to get that. I'm glad it's only $99 or 99 cents, I mean, and not something like 5.99, which would be more expensive. My goodness. I gotta do some more member stuff again. Town and Country Mall was designed to fail. It was on the corner of I-10 Beltway and was secured by the information hard to success. One exit away, and Tiger Stadium had landmark status, and they tore parts of it down. Ironically, Town and Country was built and made it was actually outperformed Memorial City for a while. Memorial City wanted to break up the TNC stealing business from. Oh, and remember Soldier Field? That stadium was once landmark status, and now it's no longer landmark status after the seat reconfiguration when they renovated it. So, I mean, there's also that. More City revitalized itself with a major revolving launch and was lost Montgomery more than time to Molly was success and huge successful mall. Man, man, oh man. Town and Country closed in 2004, demolished, except for this major outdoor shopping plaza that was built on the footprint of former town control city center. When do y'all predict that the Astrodome will get some sort of progress underway? Whether it be planning, like, in TechStop, before they could construct, there has to be some studies. And when will we get to that next phase? Because right now, it feels like you're going to go like, what, 10, 20, 30 years without anyone um, doing anything to poor old Astrodome, which is agonizing to death. Like, again, what's the point? If you want to keep the place, fine. But if you're just going to let it dry like a fish, suffocate, shame on you. It's crazy this Blair's lay with uh number 3 with a small stadium by capacity in NFL. Yeah, crazy. Um Number 3 TV market. No wonder they're getting national coverage. No wonder they're getting NBC Sunday Night Football. Even back then when, they weren't that good before all the Caleb Williams talk. By the way, is Caleb Williams going to be able to hold the success of last season, or will he succumb to the pressure? Say what y'all want of Caleb Williams, but at least his team went to the playoffs. And that, in of itself, is successful on his part. Oh, this is Town and Country on its last day. 1983, 2004. Oh, that's pretty nice. Aw. And it was destroyed. It reminds me of Alameda Mall, where Macy's. I went to Macy's. Alameda Mall. I don't know why. It reminds me of Alameda Mall, except bigger. Hopefully, they can revive the Astrodome within the next year. To be honest, I don't know what to say because the Astrodome revitalization was announced in November 2024 and hasn't been updated since. I believe the plans when I see action being taken. There's one thing that Houston doesn't do right, apart from, the ghetto places it's fostered, which Corpus Christi also has places like that. If Corpus Christi is like the Detroit of Texas, you can call Houston the Chicago of Texas in a way as well. Anyways, although Dallas is not as an either, but that's beside the point. Anyways, if there's one thing otherwise that you could blame Houston for, or say Houston has not delivered at all, it's the Astrodome. They get major thumbs down on the Astrodome. The way they're handling the matter with the revitalization, or you know, with the inaction that they're having, they're just idle. They're just, oh yeah, we'll do it, and then nothing happens, and they're like silent. It's frustrating, and quite frankly, something that would enrage me if I was a Houstonian. West Oaks Mall is the Astrodome of abandoned malls, just sitting there rotten, falling apart with a bunch of drug addicts hating around outside. Yeah. The only thing that's stopping West Oaks Mall from being demolished is taxes. TNC, I hate to see it go. Memorial City stole that business, which is super ironic because it was actually TNC. Only time will tell, but I think he's more successful than CJ Stroud. Yeah, CJ Stroud, it was frustrating to see him against the Patriots and even against the the Pittsburgh Steelers to one certain extent. The defense was carrying. CJ Stroud was excruciating to watch if you were a Texans fan. Frustrating. Why would they build a mall so close to one that was only a few blocks away and an interchange that obstructed and made it home? It was a sign to fail. So they sabotaged themselves. I love Houston skyline. I've never been there. From what I see, it's really nice. The Astrodome didn't keep up with times. They basically pulled a series and refused to keep up. So Reliance Stadium was built next door as a solution. Yeah. Even repurposing it as a parking garage for Reliance Stadium would serve a better purpose than it to just be dry bones. They need them to come alive, just like Ezekiel was commanded by the Lord to command bones to become alive. I've been a couple of times to downtown Houston, and I passed by Toyota Center. It looks nice. I'll say that. Um, what else? You'd like it here for sports, the radio, and the viewers of the Skyline, but other than that, Houston doesn't have much to offer. And they have a nice collection of TV stations there. Owners of abandoned properties often use them as tax shelters. Business expenses are deductible, and expenses related to these properties are business expenses. That's why when a store closes down, they keep their lease. Sometimes they keep the building for that reason. They pay the bills on the property and deduct them. That's my theory. It was rumored that Astrodome would become a movie studio parking garage. This venue mentioned earlier also to rumors now think coming into fruition. We also have Whataburgers almost every few miles for each other here. Yeah. You know the ironic thing? Back in the 1950s, Port Lavaca had a grocery store called Live Oak Grocery Store, which was abandoned like in 2007 or so. And sat there for years, like 20 something years. And then sometime uh, within 5 years, um, it was finally demolished because the appraisal district, valued it at a value that the owner could not keep up with it. So he decided to demolish it. Old grocery store, 1950s. Bridge. Arizona's energy reliant park, so the Astrodome is there and taxes fund all of it. When stores close, the other reason why they keep their leases or ownership of the properties to keep their competition out, they will sublease to other non-compelling companies. Kind of like Circle K here in Phoenix. You drive by one and about a mile up you see another one. I have 4 Circle Ks in my house. I know it to be Walmart, CVS, and I know a few others potentially do this. Hmm. Yeah. Circle K's footprint in Houston has kind of shrunk over the years. Well, they were um, they were founded in El Paso, out of all places, and now I think they're Phoenix or Arizona company, if I'm not mistaken. No, not Yoakum, Texas. Come on. They were founded in El Paso and Tempe or Tempe, out Arizona. And they're owned by this company called Alimentation Couche-Tard in Laval, Quebec. Oh man. Years ago, CBS sublet former record store being discovered in CBS nearby bar and grill restaurant wacky but cool. Okay. I wonder when they do sell their former places and once they've after they've leased it for so many years or so, they've I guess I guess they keep it for as much as they want to. I guess they do. Valero owned Circle K up until 2013 when he spawned into CST brands, which merged with the Canadian company you mentioned years later. I only get my drinks from Circle K. Why spend two for a 20-ounce Coke when I can get fountain Coke twice size for half the price? I haven't been quite a. I'd never really been to Circle K before. There's not Circle K in Port Lavaca, so that's why. Yeah, Circle K doesn't have a presence here in Port Lavaca, it seems. There's Circle K around the coastal bend, though. Oh, there's not one in Victoria either. That's a surprise. Maybe that's why I haven't been to Circle K. There's one in Sinton. There's one in Odom, I believe, as well. There's tons of them around Corpus, but not in Port Lavaca, Victoria. There's also two in Wharton. Companies that usually sell once the properties are no longer revenue generators, just like any underperforming asset, it's sell them. So that's what happens with Bolero. Yeah. Valero. They're from Irving, I believe. Oh no, they're formed in San Antonio, and they're headquartered in San Antonio. Spun off from Coastal States Gas Corporation. Man, this logo, uh, I will admit, I can't believe this is a logo that I've seen in this day and age. It's now called Times Markets here in Port Lavaca, in the two places where I know they used to have coastal, or three places. Well, the third place I know of that isn't this is an Asian grocery store. But that logo has to be apparently it's a 1955 logo. So they've used that font since 1955. Okay. So, yeah, that went defunct. Oh, so lucky to be a baseball team logo. The the Houston Coastals. Maybe that could be a new hot NHL team for Houston name. The Houston Coastals. And they would buy the rights from whoever owns the Coastal trademark. You're spot on about that. Circle K has the cheapest art drinks, even though the McDonald's had the $1 drink. The best deal ever. We'll still make that. I I knew you said baseball, but if Houston's NHL team wanted to go for that, I guess that could be another option. My voice is going. It is going out. Oh, the Blackhawks have acquired Bowen Byram and Jordan Greenway from the Sabres in exchange for the 4th and 45th picks in the 2026 NFL or NHL draft, and Louis Crevier or whatever his name is. The team announced. Um, I just noticed that. I read somewhere that Bucky's actually did go after. Oh, yeah, they probably did, undoubtedly. Houston Coastals is a great name because Houston is a coastal city. That's a big, um, not sheesh because that's an S-West thing, but that gets a gypsy. Oh, Houston Coastals. Then the day NHL returns to Houston, I'll be ready. I'm gonna make it my mission, you know, to make to make it to that to the first ever NHL game in Houston. The day that I'll make it, who knows? I might meet you in person for the first time. I'll see. I'll see if that happens. If not, well, oh well. But yeah. Oh baby. 12:54 a.m. Wow, what a stream. What a day. Not only did we cover the entire book of Daniel, we also covered the NHL, the TV markets, and the radio stations there, and some store stuff and Astrodome stuff and Houston stuff. Okay, guys. Oh, sorry. Maybe Friedkin can work out a deal with the original team with Iowa Wild to buy the Houston Aeros trademark. Because let's be honest, what is an Iowa team going to do with it? I mean, they could act like a bunch of bozos and just try to play keep away for no good reason, just to make people angry. Bucky's has opened a good year. Yep, they opened their first Arizona location, I believe. It's located in 1001 North Bullard. Yep, Mike Babcock, I saw that. Mike is proud. Likely proud. Have you been there? Yeah, it's pretty massive for a gas station. Yeah. Bucky's, Arkansas City. Mm. Bucky's in Port Lavaca. Oh, I didn't say it's going close, but or it says it'll close, but the Port Lavaca location. Sorry, I'm looking at stuff. Okay, brisket, coffee, souvenirs with Bucky on them, and gas pumps as far as the eye can see, and the cherry on top, the world's greatest restaurants. Yeah, not yet. It just opened on Saturday. Yep. Well, now it is Wednesday, and boy, oh boy, what an absolute day we have ahead of us. All right, folks. I um I've got to go. It's not very often I do these various, late night streams. Um, well, but that's what I've done. Tomorrow, I'm not even sure what we're gonna cover tomorrow. We've got Hosea, we've got. I guess we'll do the entire book of Hosea, and that'll be our reading. So Hosea to next, then the, after that, uh, Amos, or sorry, Jill, Amos, what's it called? Obadiah, Jonah, and what's it called? Micah and Nahum and Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, and I think the last one, Malachi. And after Malachi, we'll be knocking on the door of the New Testament, and then we will learn about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So whoever puts his faith in Jesus will be saved, but those who don't will not be saved. Think of Noah's Ark. Those who were in Noah's Ark were saved from the destruction of God's wrath. Those who weren't were not. And Circle K is Bucky's open 27. Oh my goodness, I don't have a voice anymore. All right, let's pray. Father, thank you for bringing a beautiful stream tonight. Thank you also for healing me and for allowing me to share news about Houston NHL. Thank you for that, by the way, for allowing the NHL to consider Houston highly. Maybe we're on the brink of NHL in Houston, maybe not. Lord, um, see this thing called Meep? I want it to be a tradition, Lord, where Meep I throw it onto the ice. Although this cost me quite a lot of money, so I don't want to give it up. But I do want to make it a tradition where I throw meat onto the ice. Everybody throws meat onto the ice. They have each one a meat. They throw it on the ice, kind of like the traditions that the Red Wings octopus, catfish predators, and flamingos for knights, and rats for the Florida Panthers. Anyways, Lord, that is not. That's beside the point, but thank you for that. Lord, for all we discuss in the book of Daniel, may you bring upon us a spirit, a fearless spirit that follows you, just like Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego had when they stood up to Nebuchadnezzar when, for example, the three were, except for Daniel, were thrown into the furnace. Let us have that faith that we bow not to any idols, but instead bow down to only one name, to your holy name, Lord. Lord, you've opened up my eyes, it looks like, to the end times, and I really hope that my eyes can be kept open, but not just me, but also to everybody else in the whole world, that Jesus will be coming, and after that, the end will come, Lord. And after the end, there will be no turning back. May we keep, reminding the whole world that Jesus is coming back. Lord, we ask that you may continue sending us a spirit like you had with Daniel, and the spirit to proclaim your truth, Lord, and not just our truth, but your truth above all. And yeah, thank you otherwise for bringing breath into our life, for waking us up and for healing us when we're sick. Christian, I, Adam, and Metro, and Big Al, and the whole world are testament to your great signs and wonders. Whenever we pray in your name, for we ask that you may incline your ear and hear us, Lord. For though we have sinned and grieved you, like those whom you brought out of Egypt, like those whom you sent Jesus to present himself as a Messiah, like those whom you've done many various signs and wonders, but they have utterly rejected you. Though we have done wrong like them, we know that you are not empty-handed, and you're still looking upon us with love. Though angry, yes, but with love as well. So we ask that you may hear us and forgive us our wrongdoings so that we forgive the debts of other people who have owed us. Let us forgive each other, Lord, and give thanks and sing praise to your holy name, Lord Jesus. We thank you for the death that you provided on the cross. And we ask that you may let your kingdom come and your will be done. Thank you and amen. Oh my goodness. What up, meep? The sky. All right. That's it, folks. All right. That it. I lost my voice, yes. But I really enjoyed this stream, although I will say A human cannot be able to stand. I wish we could, stand without hours of sleep, but unfortunately, the human body is not made for that. Thank you, for brother, for holding this stream and hanging out with us anytime. There will be more streams along the way to go. So, yeah. One thing to know, brothers and sisters, is that during the Bible stream, I want to keep my concentration on as much as the Bible as possible. And then the rest of the stream can be just chatting, just as it was in this portion. So, folks, thank you, Metro, Big Al, and Christian, as always. Thank y'all for tuning in. I will see y'all on the next one. Until then, sleep deep, rise and shine bright, and go.